Oh,
Oh,
there,
it's,
it's popping the
there,
focal
yeah,
now.
there you go. All you had to do was
Hey,
complain.
and Dumb Jezza is here too, so we do have a guest.
Oh, I remember that guy.
All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to I Can Science That. That's me, and we are joined here by Alan. Alan was here before. We had some great conversations. So, Alan, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit? Tell us what you stand for.
Yeah, so should have probably wrote an intro for that too, just to have a couple of things off the top. But I'm just a regular dude, watches some YouTube videos and look into some stuff every now and then. And I got fascinated with flat Earth because I was, like at the beginning of like quote unquote conspiracy research and stuff or whatever you want to call it. You come across flat Earth and you're like, oh, this is a psyop. This is retarded. This is one of those things that they've put out there. And when I finally watched a couple of videos on it, I was like, all right, man, like I had to do like a full reset and go, I don't know, start from nothing, right? Like, instead of starting from like what we do know, just kind of look at it from a different angle, just based on like what astronauts were saying in interviews and stuff you would see in videos, featuring the ISS and whatnot. So it was like once you see the higher authority of the power structure, lying, like, it's just like, oh shit, man, there's something going on here. Now we gotta redo this whole thing. So that's kind of where it was for me. And I enjoy flat earth stuff and learning about it and the different aspects of stuff because, contrary to what some people say about flat earth, about science denial, and you're not interested in the science. Like, a lot of us love the science, man, even though you might not like the particular brand of what's being said or whatever, but we love that shit and it's fascinating, man. So we get caught up on words and terminologies and how we speak and how we were how we all could, how we were trained to communicate, basically. So some of that gets lost and people get mad and angry, and the internet's not a great medium to communicate on because people, it just leads to like who can be the bigger shithead, like who can get that one up on that. And I'm guilty of that. We've all been there.
Yep, yep.
As I used to see comments and stuff of like people making fun of flat earthers and stuff, and it's just like I used to get in there and be like, you fucking read, oh, what's your swearing on this? Am I?
We can swear if you want to. It's
Yeah,
not forbidden.
I'll try and
As
keep it
long as we're
down.
doing it like
Yeah,
together,
yeah.
like we're good natured about it. And we're not swearing at each other.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
we're
yeah,
fine.
yeah. Gotcha. Kind of lost my train of thought, but you know,
You were saying that you read a lot of negative comments, super negative comments, and that I
oh
think it
yeah,
got you riled up.
yeah, yeah. So like I could see how it gets like that on both sides. Like I was reading some of the comments in your science denial is not honest investigation video that you posted, which I did like the video. Like you had, we'll talk about that later. I have some notes on it.
Good.
But yeah, there were some comments where people were saying like, oh, they're deliberately dishonest and liars, and I just want to say like, from my point of view, I would be lying if I said, yeah, dude, water curves around a ball as it spins. Like that's, that I so just to give some perspective on where people are with their level of honesty. It's not that people are lying. It's just you haven't people some you just got to think about it from another person's point of view, really. And that's kind of something I've been trying to do, and not get mad or like quote unquote triggered and have to get into an online internet battle with my fucking keyboard. you know
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah. Super good, super good. I want to make sure neither one of us gets triggered. If we start feeling a little upset, we'll back off.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, cool.
yeah, I will say thanks for watching that video.
Yeah,
I have sort of shifted my mentality a little bit, and I'm in a sort of a weird spot right now, um, because I really think it's, and maybe we'll get to it later. I think
yeah,
it's a really weird thing about like what is honest and what is not honest.
yeah,
Um, I think it's not as simple as that. It's
dude. Yeah, hold on, let me write that down real quick. I want to talk about that more in depth
Yeah,
later.
yeah. Hopefully, we'll get to it. Um,
Okay,
and for
yeah,
anyone watching, Dumb Jezza, and anybody else who joins us later, I want to stress we are not going to be debating tonight. This is not a debate. And the main reason for that is I don't like debates because in a debate, both sides are trying to win, right? We're trying to win. And if we're trying to win when we're discussing a topic, then we're not listening to the other person's point of view. And we're not willing to be flexible. We're not willing to see that the other person might have a good point, right? Because you can't win by saying, hey, yeah, you're right, right? You can't win a debate, right?
Yeah.
And
Dude,
so that means
yeah.
if one of us has an incorrect position, if one of us is arguing the false premise, then they're not being honest, right? They have to, in order to win, they have to continue debating from that false premise, even if they're wrong.
Agreed.
What do you think about that, Alan?
Yeah, no, I totally agree, man. I've seen some, I've watched, I like to watch flat earth debates and stuff every now and then. And it always seems like it just devolves into like, uh, just like, oh, it could have been a good, interesting conversation. But, anyway,
Yeah.
you're absolutely
So,
right.
so what I want to do tonight, what I've asked Alan to do is to come and explain one particular point. We're going to try and stay on this one topic, at least for a while. And the topic is, I made a little banner. Did I make a banner? Maybe I didn't make a banner. I should have made a banner. The topic is the vacuum of space cannot exist next to our atmosphere. And this is something that we hear. Did I do a good job of? I don't want to be a straw man. Alan, is that a good
No, you're
summary?
good. Yeah, that's a huge one for, flat earth
Okay.
because
All right.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've heard that before. And some time ago, like years ago now, a year and some days ago, I made a video on that, asking for flat earthers to come give me their ideas about how they think this works, because I don't agree with that assessment, right? That isn't my logical analysis, but Alan, it is your logical analysis. So what I've asked is Alan to come and explain the logic to me. And I will be the student. Alan will be the professor. Alan will explain exactly how this works. And I get to ask questions like a student should, right? So I'm going to try to understand this. But I have to warn you that some of the questions that I'm already thinking of are, I think, going to be hard to resolve.
Yeah. No, that's good
So,
though, because then I could look it up later and shit. Because I'm here to learn, bro. Like fuck all that debate stuff. Like I want to know what you know, and then I want to apply it to how I see the world, and if it still makes sense or not. So, I
okay.
mean, I hope you ask the hardest questions possible, dude.
All right. So that's where we're coming from. But folks in the chat, and you, Alan, if my line of questioning starts turning into a debate,
Yeah.
which it's really easy to slide into that debate mode.
Slippery
Y'all,
slope,
please
dude.
call me on it, and say, hey, let's drop the debate and get back on topic. Remind me if I flip.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Awesome sauce. I thought we would start with that video that I made with the questions in it and Alan's answers for those questions.
Yep.
So let's do. Okay. I think I can just share my screen over there. So the first question in the video, you know what? I'll link the video in there in case anybody wants to know what the hell we're talking about later. Okay. First question was, what is standard atmospheric pressure? And I do mean like at sea level or, down at the ground.
What is the standard? What is the standard atmospheric pressure?
Yeah. In any kind of units you choose, but,
All right.
I mean like a number.
Is it 9.11 psi?
9.11
I'm just kidding, dude. That was a 9/11 joke.
PSI. So nine and something PSI, and you're not sure of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's like 14 point something. I was just making a 9/11 joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Typical. I don't get the jokes. 14 and
Yeah,
something.
it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could Google it. It's
Yeah, okay. I agree. We could Google it. What I want to do first is just get what you think And like I said, I'm not going to debate it. I just want to know your answers.
Oh, I Googled it the other day. It's like 14 something, isn't it?
Okay.
I can't remember. I didn't write it
I'll
down.
agree with that. I'll agree with that assessment. Number 2. Oh, 3. Come on, get back to 2. Okay, we go. Oh, come on. Pause. It wasn't paused. My bad. Hey, stop unpausing. There we go. What is the pressure in the vacuum of space? And here we're talking about, I think we're talking about what do the globies say the pressure is?
Well, the standard narrative is what is it, 10 to the negative 17 or 19 torr?
10 to the negative 17 or so torr. Okay.
And then, well, there's layers to it, right? So like that, at the alleged height that the ISS is at, it's like 7, and then on the moon, I think it's like 8 or 9 or something like that.
When
And
you
then
say
as you,
7, you mean like 10 to the minus 7?
oh yeah, sorry, yeah, 10 to the minus 7 torr, and then allegedly on the moon, I think it was like 8 or 9, and then as you would get further out, hypothetically, it would be that's where you get into the 10 to the 17, right? Something like that.
Okay, that's cool.
So it's like a yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. I pretty much happen to agree with that. What was question number 3? We got, does atmospheric pressure, now this is your opinion about what you think, not what you think science says. What do you think happens? Does atmospheric pressure change as you go up in altitude?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what does it do?
Lower.
Yeah. Okay. Drops. All right. All right. What do you think the atmospheric pressure is? And this is what you think, not what Google says. What do you think the pressure is at the top of Mount Everest?
I mean, it would just be a number, dude. Just whatever number that would be lower than what you would experience at sea level, right? So
Lower than 14.
yeah, there you go.
All right. Fair enough.
So let me ask you something though.
Uh-huh.
What comes first? Air pressure or shit. Sorry, I got kind of nervous.
Yeah, I think I know what you're about to say. I'd
Yeah.
ask you to hold on to it until we do the 10 questions.
Gotcha.
And then
Okay.
you can do your logical
Okay.
presentation.
All
What,
right.
what I'm trying to do is just establish facts that we agree on,
Sure.
and see if there's any that we disagree on, right?
Gotcha.
Any logical progression that you make, if it's based on facts that we agree on, then we should agree with your logic as well.
Sure.
And if we differ on the facts, then it doesn't matter what you say about the logic, right?
Okay.
Because we already differ.
Yep.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So what's this next one? The pressure at the altitude a jet airliner flies.
Not sure.
Can we just say lower than Mount Everest?
Yeah.
Lower than 4, than number 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Boom. Okay, now this is curious. On this one, I meant, what is the, you see, we agreed that the science folks say the pressure goes down to like 10 to the minus 17 torr, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think that it really does that, probably. You think in your belief system, it probably doesn't go that low before it hits like a container or something, I think.
Yeah, I'm not.
How
I mean,
low do you think it does go?
I mean, I have no idea, man. I assume it goes really low.
Superly low. I'm gonna write down.
Superly low, dude. Superly low.
Okay, so you think before the container, we get like if you put a pressure sensor at the top of the container,
right,
you'll get a superly low pressure.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, awesome sauce.
My mom says that, dude.
There was a TV commercial, and I said it ever since then. Okay.
It got in your mind, man.
Yeah. I got a bonus question for you as a
All
math
right.
question.
Oh, shit. Scared.
If you have a circle with an area of 1 square inch, what is that circle's diameter?
Dude, 3.14279. I'm just kidding, dude. I don't know.
You don't know. Do you have any idea what the relationship between area and diameter is?
Nope, but I'm ready to fucking learn about it.
Okay. Well, if you want to know, I could tell you.
Send it.
It's just pi r squared. So the radius or the area of a circle is pi, the number pi, 3.14 times the radius of that circle squared. So to get the diameter, you got to divide by 2. It's no big deal. It's
Alright.
like, it's going to be that big.
Okay.
Okay, so a one square inch hole is that big. Okay. So then on these, I'm setting up like a physics homework problem type of scenario here. All right. The idea is that this green plunger is in a 1 square inch hole. So that's that little hole that size. And if the pressure is not equal on either side of this wall here, it will push on the plunger. And we're going to measure out how many pounds or whatever kind of units you want to use, how much force it pushes with. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for the first one, I say put your standard atmospheric pressure on both sides of this container, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be your 14 and something, 14 and change. How much force are we going to measure on this plunger?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How much force does this atmosphere push on this plunger? Pushing it.
Oh, at 14 point whatever the PSI is.
Yeah, if there's 14 here and there's 14 here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't.
What happens to the green thingy?
Nothing. It just stays there.
0. Okay. And then let's say, and I have a little clip from James Bond here where who is it? Goldfinger gets sucked out the window of a plane, right? We see that in the movies all the time. So let's do that. Yeah. So let's say there's a bullet hole in the side of a plane. So we have 14 and change here. And then we just said in the plane, it was something lower than 14. We didn't really know how much, but it was kind of low.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of force would we get here? And how would you even answer that?
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay. Let me give you a hint. The unit you started with was PSI,
mm-hmm.
which is pounds per square inch. Right? So we have 14 pounds per square inch here. And this is 1 square inch. So how many pounds is pushing on this side?
Ooh, I'm gonna say 14.
14. Bang on. So let's say what is this? Let's say this is 3. No, let's make it 4. Let's say it's 4. This is 4 pounds per square inch out here.
All right.
So how many pounds are pushing this way?
So 4.
4. So we got 14 pushing this way. We got 4 pushing that way. What do we got?
10.
We got 10 pounds. Right. So so for the record,
thanks for making that easy, dude. That was a straight layup, bro. Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't think Goldfinger's gonna get sucked out the window with 10 pounds, right? No, that's just Hollywood. That's not true. Okay. Yeah. So that's what this one's about. Is like, no, that stuff you learn from Hollywood.
Dude, you just ruined every movie that somebody got sucked out of a plane, man. Like, how am I supposed to?
It's not like that. Yeah.
Live my life now.
I know. Okay, and so then let's do the space version. So Matt Damon, right? I don't know if you ever saw The Martian. Pretty good flick. Matt Damon cuts a little hole in his glove and he shoots it out like Iron Man. So now we have atmospheric pressure on the inside and the vacuum of space outside. How many pounds does it push?
Oh, what was that? The negative Tor number?
Yeah, this was.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out on that. I don't know.
let's call it 0. Let's just say it's 0. Round it down to 0.
All right.
So we got 14 pounds pushing this way. We got 0 pounds pushing this way. How hard is that pushing?
10 then still, right? Or 14, whatever it was.
14.
Yeah.
Yeah. 14, 15 pounds.
So, well, let me ask you this real quick, though. So Matt Damon cut a hole in his suit. So what if you cut a hole in your standard atmospheric pressure container and then was still trying to measure what the pressure is through your 1-inch thing? Like it would suck all the air out, right? So you wouldn't have any pressure.
Have this outer container sealed?
Well, no. The inner container where it's a standard atmospheric pressure, the green one, or the okay. So say because you said Matt Damon cut a hole in his spacesuit to
right
play Rocket Man. So if you cut a hole in the container that you have for that, you wouldn't even it would suck all the vacuum. Would take all the air out of that to begin with, and you wouldn't have anything to press on the plunger anyway. So you wouldn't be getting anything. Like it wouldn't matter. I don't think that's I don't know how am I understanding the question wrong?
Well, this question has the box sealed. Like the inner box is sealed, the outer box is sealed. There's no air going in between. We're just measuring the force.
Gotcha. I got thrown off by the Matt Damon.
Yeah. In Matt Damon's example, there would be a hole in the suit, and the air would start to leak out.
Well,
so
like
the
wouldn't it
pressure
leak out like
inside the
real
suit
quick?
would start to drop.
Yeah.
Right. As that air got out.
Sure.
Yeah. In reality, that's what would happen.
How fast?
But the moment he cut the hole, right?
Yeah.
15 pounds is what I'm saying. 15 pounds. So no, he's not going Iron Man with 15 pounds. Right?
Be dead.
But he did. I saw it in the movie. Okay.
I think he ate shit potatoes in that movie too, bro.
Was that? Oh, the shit potatoes.
Yeah. So
it was a good movie, though. I liked it.
Yeah, I don't trust people that eat their own shit.
Oh, come on. We've been doing it for thousands of years, right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So that's those 10 questions. Thank you for your answers. We may refer back to these as you go on and explain now. Why don't you take it away from that? I think we basically agree on all 10 of these questions.
Yeah.
As long as you don't dispute that it's only 14.7. It's 14.7 pounds of force. I think a lot of people have a misconception. A lot of people have a misconception about how hard that force of outer space is. But it's not. Like, how much pressure is inside the tires of your own car?
I forget. It's like 40 or something, or 30 something.
It varies from 33, 35, 35 PSI. So, and it's 35 PSI gauge pressure. So it means the difference is 35, not the difference is, right? And so that's more than outer space. So, when people are like, oh my God, outer space is this major vacuum, all of a sudden it puts it in a different perspective.
Well, how is it not that though? Because to even make a vacuum, that's super strong like that goes into the negative torrs and stuff. It requires like a tremendous container of like lead and steel and concrete, because it, and crazy valves and shit, or that require like special gaskets. Are you sure?
Well, the first thing is, let me ask you, who told you that?
There was a guy that was doing an interview on Globebusters with Bob, and he was like an industrial vacuum guy. I think he actually said that he worked on the place in Sandusky, Ohio. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's allegedly the strongest vacuum or whatever.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay. I've definitely seen it.
Yeah.
And that place is definitely huge concrete walls.
So
and lead line. Do you know why they have huge concrete walls and lead lining?
Yeah, because the vacuum like sucks out the air and shit when they make it.
No, it was for testing radiation.
What?
It was for testing radiation.
So you're saying
lead lined to block the radiation. They built that thing for like nuclear testing.
Interesting. Hold on, let me write that down.
Yeah, go look that up.
As I haven't heard. Well, that's interesting because I thought
Yeah,
that it was
to
part of
make a
just like.
vacuum, you
'Cause
don't need concrete walls. You
yeah,
don't.
well, no, not necessarily the concrete, but that was just something that was added in, I guess. But
Right. You don't need the lead lining.
dude was saying that the vacuum gets so strong in the chamber that it would, it pulls air molecules out of the walls and shit, and that
That's true.
and that ruins their vacuum. So it
It's true.
requires a ton of stuff to get that force. So
That's
then to
true.
say that an even powerful vacuum above us isn't that powerful, like that's what I don't get, right? Because that
Okay.
like
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I get that. I get that. So yeah, this isn't my turn to be the teacher. It's your turn to be the teacher. So yeah, let me slip out of that mode a little bit. I will just say I think you should look at the other point of view. Like the guy that appeared on Globebusters
mhm,
is gonna spin it the Globebusters way. I think we can agree that.
sure.
Um, and if you want to get the whole picture, you are not going to get that from only watching Globebusters. You're going to
That's
have to look
why I'm
at
here, bro.
the other point of view too, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, and that's why you're here. So okay, awesome. I will agree. Just to make sure we're clear, I absolutely agree. It's very difficult to pull a vacuum like that because um, as you start to pull a vacuum, the air seeps through every little gap. It seeps through the holes, and volatile chemicals is another one. Anything that's in your chamber will
Yeah.
boil and turn into more gas, right? It'll fill with gas.
Right.
Everything turns into gas a little bit, and so it's very hard to get all of that out of there. It's very, very hard. Okay. um, yeah, Mallory's in here asking about apes. So I got my background. Right, David said Planet of the Apes. Okay, so Alan, why don't you take it away now? I think we basically agree on the facts that we got 14 and change down on the ground. Space dudes say that it drops to 10 to the -7, and then it keeps dropping out to 10 to the -17. You agree that it drops, and you agree that even in your version, right, your version that has a container, that the air pressure at the top of that container is superly low, right?
Yeah. Superly.
Okay, and then we're at least tentatively agreeing that the way you calculate the force between two different pressures is you just subtract them,
Okay.
and that's
Yeah.
the force per unit area. So like if we use psi, pounds, which is force per square inch. So if you have a 1 square inch hole, that's super easy, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so take it away. Show me how that means. How do we get to you can't have vacuum next to atmosphere?
Well, we kind of touched on it earlier about just the fact that there's air pressure here. There has to be a container because you just can't have that, man. Like it would. What's okay? What's stopping the vacuum from just taking it all? Then right?
Um,
What stops it?
okay, so
Because
what
this is
stops it?
because this is where uh where I think we
What
really
stops it?
where we really differ here.
Okay, well, you said two
Because you
things. First, you
because you're
said that
saying
there has to be a container. Well, you just said that. Do you have a reason why there has to be a container, or is it what stops it is your reason?
because the gas would just leave. Like there wouldn't be anything for us to breathe here. There wouldn't be any pressure for us to measure. The vacuum would just you can't make a vacuum without a container, right? Like you can't even do that. Like
Who says?
all this stuff requires containers.
Who says?
I mean,
I mean, I don't know that.
okay, hold on one sec. From what I was talking about, like to make a vacuum, like the Sandusky one, like like that's in a container, right? They didn't
Sure.
build it in an open field, right?
Right, right.
That's what I mean.
Okay, that's cool. But you agreed that
Yeah.
up high, the pressure is superly low.
Yeah.
Okay, so we didn't need a container for that. Why would we need a
If
container
if
for
you didn't
that?
have because if you didn't have a container, you wouldn't even have any pressure though,
Well,
right? So,
what was the pressure you said was in space?
10 to the negative 17 or whatever.
Does that not qualify as superly low? As in we agree on that.
That's like drastically lower than like what we what's required for us to live and breathe and have air pressure though.
Right.
So
Well,
so
down
so
here
okay,
we agreed we're breathing like 14 psi, right?
right. So what's but so then what's stopping uh the vacuum from taking our 14 point psi? Like why does it where does it stop at? And
Well, let me ask
like
you.
I just have such a hard time conceptualizing a barrier with no barrier. Like when I hear that, I'm just like, huh? You
Sure,
talk
sure.
like
I dig that. But let me ask you this in a different way.
okay.
Um, we got 14 psi down here.
Hmm.
Up at the dome, up at the container, we have superly low pressure.
Hmm.
How come our 14 point psi didn't get sucked up into that superly low pressure?
Not sure, man. That's a good question.
Well, as soon as you answer that
I
question,
should have known that.
that's
Hold
going to
on.
be my answer for why we don't need a container.
All right.
Eh, okay,
Yeah.
you want to think about it for a minute?
No, just tell me the answer real quick, and then we can talk about it. Then.
Well, I'd really like to hear what you think the answer is. What do you think I think the answer is? Let's say that.
All right. I think you think that it thins out or whatever, and then it just fades into nothing, and it's all chill. It's all good. Like it's all good. It all works out. I think that's what you
Sure,
think.
sure. Yeah, but you think it fades out, and then instead of that being chill, it fades out, and then there's a container, right? That's the difference between us.
Yeah.
Like I think it fades out,
Well, you can have pressure
and we're
gradients
good,
in a
and then
like
you
in a
say
container,
it
right?
fades out, and then there's a container.
Yeah, because if there wasn't a container, there wouldn't be any fade out point. In my mind, how I'm seeing it, it would just take everything.
Okay. Um, Let me ask this:
Okay.
did it take everything?
I mean,
What's the
that's
pressure?
assuming that there's a
As
vacuum up
far,
there
far,
though.
far out as you can go. What did you say the pressure was?
10 to the negative 17?
Is that zero?
No.
So did it take everything?
No, but I feel like I mean, come on, man. Like that's so dude, I see what you're saying, but that's such a drastic change that there's just no way in my mind where there can't not be a container, man. Like I
Okay,
don't know
I'm writing this down.
I don't know the right way to convey it to you scientifically or whatever, but that's really where I struggle with that because it just doesn't make sense at all.
Okay, okay, such a drastic change. Can you quantify that? How
Yeah.
much change is too drastic? How much change is okay? It's not too drastic.
Okay, so we go from I guess like not would be too drastic would be, what we have here on Earth. And then as you would quote unquote go up to like where the ISS is at and all that kind of stuff, like when you get into the 10 to the negative 17 or, eights and nines and all that stuff, like these numbers are huge, man. And
Well, wait, how huge are they again? We did the math earlier.
we
How
didn't
huge are these
do,
numbers you're looking for?
well, did we do like, 10 of them to the negative 17 tour versus the PSI?
Okay, that's another common misconception. Let me ask about this.
Yeah.
10 to the negative 17 torr. How many psi is that?
Not sure. I'd have to get a converter out.
You want to get a converter out?
Yeah, PSI to tour.
Let's do 10 E. Can I do E minus 17 torr to psi? Yeah, I think I got torr to psi. I don't know. Are you coming up with something?
Wait, one sec.
Okay.
All right, I'm not coming up with anything. Just go ahead and tell me what you got.
All right, let's just do this. I'll do share my calculator. Let's do that. I'll share that and then bring up the calculator. Looks like to me, 1 torr is 0.019336747 psi. So times 1 to the negative 17 equals that.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah. See a bunch of numbers, dude.
A bunch of zeros. I don't know. It's just like a crap ton of zeros.
Yeah, with all those numbers, dog, it just seems like that's not even realistic that it would that it just fades out into that without succumbing to it.
Or can we just call it close enough to zero that mathematically for our back of the envelope that we're doing tonight, can we just call it zero?
Sure.
Okay. We agree that it's not zero, but it's really, really small, like might as well be zero.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then if going back to that problem we did earlier, how much difference is that between the depths of outer space and here on the ground? What was the pressure here on the ground again?
14.7. Or I'm
okay,
sorry,
let's ask what is the difference? I'm going to subtract 14.7. There's the difference. 14.
Okay, yeah, that. So
14 pounds is what we're sweating over. This drastic change that you cannot believe is 15 pounds.
Yeah.
Can't believe 15 pounds. How many pounds do you believe?
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. That's what my argument is. But I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like that's.
Is 14 pounds believable? Is 13 pounds? Where's the line?
Hold on a sec, man.
Okay.
There's trying to think here. I don't know how to talk to you with through math that way, It's like I feel like there's something that you're not. I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me the way it's portrayed and stuff. And then versus, oh, it's actually only less than minus nothing to the 14 psi. I just don't think that that's the case, man.
Okay. You don't think that it's really only 15 pounds? You think it'd be more than that?
Yeah. I mean, right off the top of my head, I mean, I'll come back in the YouTube comments or something after I find some more stuff and we can talk about that. But yeah, I just don't think that that's an honest representation of what would happen.
Okay.
If there was a vacuum up there that high.
Well,
even though your math and all that checks out.
Can you tell me more? I mean, this is about the idea is you were going to explain to me. That's what I think. I think pressure difference is a subtract. Difference means subtract.
So if it's barely nothing, why? Just let's run through this process because this is how I'm understanding it. I was watching this video. It's an old video from like 1965 or something of an astronaut testing a spacesuit in a vacuum, in a vacuum chamber, and his suit fails, and he almost immediately dies. He passes out within like one or 2 seconds, and he says the last thing he remembers was his tongue was the saliva on his tongue was boiling.
Yeah,
and or we're starting to boil. And hold on one sec, lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so if it's only minus a fraction of that 14 psi, then why does he even need a spacesuit to begin with? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, because at 0 psi, water boils, right? And humans are almost entirely made of water, so it's not cool.
No, I get.
You ever had a hickey? You ever got a hickey or something similar?
No, I get that, but So you're saying that they only uses that the only function of the spacesuit isn't to protect them from the air pressure of the vacuum, it's to
Oh,
protect
it
them
is.
from like the
It
from a
is.
from a
Humans don't explode in space like some of these movies we
no,
see.
no, no, no. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like you would die. That's right.
Yeah, you would die.
Okay.
You go
So how?
unconscious in like 30 seconds, and you're
So
gone in 90, I think.
yeah,
It's
well, that guy passed out like pretty much instantly. If you
yeah.
you seen the video?
Yes,
You know what
absolutely.
I'm talking about? Yeah. So
Yes.
that I mean that guy got clapped like, he was about to die. Like that was it for him. And that was like almost instantaneous. So I know that pressure difference that you're saying how it's only like a fraction of the 14.7 psi. I
Mhm.
know that there's something that I'm not getting that I don't know how to convey to you to explain that can't be right if that guy almost died immediately, right?
Well, I think the this what we're doing here is we're looking at it differently.
Mhm.
Um, 14.7 psi of negative pressure, negative gauge pressure, or essentially zero atmospheric pressure around you, will cause. That's not good for your body. That's not good. We can't survive that.
Right.
And I think you and I can
Well,
agree on that. We don't survive that.
let me
Someone was asking, how do you know you've been in space? No, I've never been in space, but people did study, particularly after the incident with the astronaut. Well, I mean, we all saw the video of the astronaut. He passed out, right? But he was okay. He
oh,
had bruising,
oh,
and his eyes were bloodshot, but he's okay. And then they studied it on animals. As bad as we all feel about animal testing, they did study it on animals to see
dude, I'll
how
put an
long
animal in a
animals
vacuum
survive.
right now. Just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah. So we know, we know, or we have a good sense. We didn't do it with humans, uh, but we have a pretty good sense of what humans could probably survive. And to their credit, Guardians of the Galaxy got it right. Right when Star-Lord goes out in space and he like turns off his spacesuit and he doesn't explode. He freezes and bruises and passes out almost immediately. Yeah, that's what happens.
I mean, according to the movie.
Yeah, no, they didn't have him explode like some of the movies do. So
Dude,
I'm just giving them props. That's
if they
all.
did if they didn't repressurize that container and help that dude, he'd have been dead within like a minute or two, dude, because he was
Uh-huh.
boiling,
Yeah,
right? Like
that's
that's a
right.
wrap. You don't just come back from that.
That's
So
right.
so Star-Lord's dead, you know.
Well, they got him within like 30 seconds. Where they got him right away. Is the idea, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I got you. I'm just
It's movie.
yeah, yeah. So let me ask you this, man. When I think we talked about this before, the Chris Hatfield thing with the hole in the ISS and he
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So how were they not all dead like immediately? Because they
Because it's
don't
not that big
they,
a deal.
but your boy almost died in 65 over it. Like so how is it not that big a deal? They're in a
Okay,
stronger vacuum, right?
when you
This is
open a
where
soda,
yeah.
right? You open a soda. Does all the pressure come out of the soda instantly, or does it kind of hiss as it leaks out?
I mean, it okay, yeah, fair point.
Okay, and
If you
if you
crack it
go to your
open a little bit.
tire, right, and you put your finger on the valve for the tire, does it just go flat, or does it go?
Well, what happens if you poke a hole in your tire though?
It it slowly leaks out, unless your tire pops, right? If your tire blows, then it all comes out. But if you just let it out of a small hole, you can have a slow leak in your tire and drive for days and not notice, right?
Yeah, fair point.
Okay, so how big was that hole in the ISS?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
It was a nail, about the size of a nail. It was like, I don't know. We could look it up, but it wasn't big.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
how big was the hole in that dude's spacesuit when it failed?
it was the valve. It was his feeder line. It wasn't actually his suit. His suit was fine. He was connected to an umbilical
Oh, right,
that
right.
he
So,
didn't have his own oxygen source. He was connected
yeah.
to a cable, and that thing ruptured. So it was pretty big. So it deflated pretty fast.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but the ISS, I mean, people live in it, right? So it's pretty big.
Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly. People allegedly live in it, right? So
Yeah.
it's got to be pretty big. And you put a little hole in it, it's going to leak like your tire leaks. And they also have things that continually pump new air in for them, right? They have compressed air that feeds them. So as long as the compressed air can outdo the little hole, it won't do anything.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man, but fuck, that's a lot to take in. I'm gonna have to process that because that it still just doesn't seem right, man. It seems like, that's a lot for me to go over on. So I appreciate what you're saying though. I got
Okay.
you. You're making some decent points here.
All right. Well, let's go back to, do we need a container? What is the purpose of the container in your model? What does it do that we couldn't live without? What does it do?
Well, it provides the pressure that we experience. It allows us to have that 14.7 to live here.
Because without it, the the superly low pressure that's at the top would blow away.
No, the
No.
okay, so let's look at it like this. Let's say the ISS, right? Let's just say, you know, they just cut that bad boy in half and it was only the bottom half that they lived under and the other half was just open to the vacuum of space. That's what like would there be any air pressure on the floor of the ISS? Like no, of course not,
It'd
right?
be
So
sucked
what
out right fast.
right, so why would there be pressure on Earth if there was a vacuum like that on the surface,
Well, okay.
right?
In the ISS, what's the atmospheric pressure in the ISS?
I don't know, the 14.7 whatever they make it so that
Well,
they can survive,
let's say
right?
14. Yeah, okay. So 14 compared to 0 is 14 pounds for every square inch, right? So if you cut a big gaping hole, boom, out comes the pressure all through the hole, right?
No, I'm saying just remove the whole top, like cut it in half, like horizontally, like so you're just taking the roof off. Like there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
hole.
That's what
There's
I'm
no hole.
calling a
There's
big
just
gaping hole, right? Right.
yeah.
The
Oh,
whole
okay.
bottom is a hole now.
Yeah. Well, the whole top, and then the
Okay,
bottom.
whole top.
Yeah. The bottom we're saying would be like the 14.7 on Earth, like comparatively, or
Right,
whatever. You know what I'm
right.
trying to say, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all that air would get sucked out because there's a difference. Outside is 0, inside is 14. So the air flows from the 14 to the 0.
Right. So why doesn't it
And
do that
the
on
bigger
Earth
the
then?
hole, the faster the flow. Can we agree on that?
Yep. Sure.
Okay, so if you make a massive hole, okay, Astro says it's 12 psi. Okay, cool. Thanks, thanks, Astro. So 12 to 0, it's going to go out very, very rapidly, essentially instantly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, in your model, there is superly low pressure
Just call it
at the,
low.
at
I
the
feel like
dome.
I kind of feel like you're taking a dig at me with the super
No, I'm
league.
sorry. I don't mean, no, I mean,
Oh, we're
okay,
good.
yeah, it sounds like a dig. Let's just call it low.
Yeah.
Low pressure. There's low pressure at the dome, and there's 14 pounds at the ground.
Yeah.
And the 14 pounds at the ground is not rushing straight up to the top of the dome.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you're going to need to explain that.
Okay. You write that down. That'll be a further note for later. What was your question again? Say it again. I'm gonna.
Okay, what keeps our 14 pounds here, 14 psi, from just rushing and getting sucked up to the top of the dome where we have low pressure? There's low pressure at the top of the dome there, and there's 14 psi down here. How come it just doesn't get sucked up?
Okay. Not sure, but I'm sure there is an answer to that. I just don't know it off the top of my head. I'll have to
Okay.
get back to you on that. But let's
Okay,
let's
but
let's say
okay.
hypothetically though
Mhm.
that there's like some reason, whatever. Let's just say that there is a
Okay.
reason.
Okay.
Uh,
Let's call it I don't know, suckitude. I don't know. Right? I don't know. Make up a
no, we
word.
don't. No, we don't have to do anything like that. I I feel like it's just. I don't know how to say it, man. Let's see. Yeah, I can't think of how to convey what I'm thinking in my head here.
Okay. Well, what I'm thinking
Yeah.
is that whatever answer you've got, and I'm going to deliberately make up a silly answer. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just
No,
making
you're
up
good. You're
something
good.
we can agree is totally not true. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So we agree it is not because of unicorn farts, right? It's unicorn farts.
Well, we can't rule
Unicorn
that out, but
farts is what
just kidding.
keeps the air at the ground from getting sucked up to the dome.
Yeah.
Okay. And as soon as you tell me that, I'm going to say unicorn farts is what keeps the air from getting sucked out into space.
Mhm.
And I don't need a dome.
Hmm.
So, unless it is the dome itself that is somehow preventing the air getting to the dome, then your dome has no logical purpose.
Yeah. Got you, dude. I'll have to get back to you on that, man. I know there's an answer to it, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
And that's my fault for not being super prepared on
Well,
that.
that's all right.
I should have had an answer for that. I've heard it explained, but I can't even remember, and and then I'm nervous too. So uh,
Okay. That's cool.
anyway,
Let me ask you to think of it a different way.
okay.
What do you think I think it is?
I think I remember you linking a video, or somebody linked a video on on your vacuum video actually, and it was like some dude was saying that the particles spread out or something like that, and uh, and it just kind of fades into nothing, is from what I remember. Could be
Yeah.
remembering that wrong. He has like a model of it. You know what I'm talking about? The guy that somebody linked a video to another video on your
Yeah.
videos. But
Probably
anyway,
like a simulation, was it?
yeah. And it was
Nick
like a
West has a really nice gas
simulation of.
simulation, particle simulation thing.
Yeah, it sounds like something like that. So that's what I think you think, that it kind of just fades out to where it's not relative or something, you know?
I've got one more though. I mean, I got a reason why.
Okay.
Why is the pressure greater down here than it is up there?
I don't know.
What you don't know why I think that?
No.
Okay, then before I give you the answer,
Uh-huh.
um, how long have you researched this?
Dude, probably like 3 or 4 hours. 'Cause
Okay,
I've seen a bunch of rhetoric on it, you know? So I feel like that was the way to go. And then,
right.
so like I said, man, I'm not, we're not here to debate or anything. Like
No, no,
I'm
not at
here to
all.
see what you guys are, what this shit's all about, because,
Okay,
you know,
that's totally fair.
sometimes you
Um,
don't think about the shit, and you just, you've heard it so many times, you're like, "Yeah, man, what the fuck's up with that?" So,
is it fair then to say that in your 3 or 4 hours of research, you only looked at the flat Earth research and you did not look at all at the science stuff?
God damn it, you're right, I did do that. Son of a bitch. I did do that, you're absolutely right. Fair enough. Fair good
Right.
call. I did.
And so I think we have a major revelation there because yeah, we all do that. We all do.
Yeah,
I don't watch flat Earth videos. I
yeah.
can't stand them. Right. So I will only watch like the debunker videos. Right. And I think that's true. I think
Dude,
you probably
that's
only watch
crazy, because I can't stand those, because most of the debunker
exactly,
people, they've got such an attitude about it where they're like, "You
of course,
stupid fucking flat earth like, they just go on this tirade, and it's like, "Oh,
and
buddy, you
vice
don't."
versa,
Yeah,
and
true,
vice
true,
versa.
true.
Right.
Yeah, and I try and stay away from that side of it too, 'cause there's nothing to be learned, really, if people are just yelling at each other like that. But yeah, so when I come across those, I like most of the personalities that you've recommended to me, a couple of times, and some other people. I'm just like, "How do you guys stand this shit?" Like, this guy's like, I don't even think I could stand these people if I believed in the ball. Like, their approach to it is so ridiculous.
Some of them, yeah. I don't tend to
Yeah,
recommend those. I don't think.
yeah,
I try not to.
yeah.
I don't much enjoy that kind of thing. But I've found that I really can't recommend even the very calm ones. Like just the other day, I was in a conversation with a flat earther and Mick West's name came up. Mick West is just the coolest, calmest, nicest dude. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his stuff, but he doesn't believe in flat Earth, and he explains very calmly his point of view, the regular point of view. And this flat earther just said the most rude and vile things about him.
Yeah, that's a shame, dude. Dude, they're doing that in the community. Well, not like some people are doing that in the flat Earth community itself, like just call that kind of shit, because it's getting crazy out there, dog, with this air pressure shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, one day I foolishly went into a flat Earth Discord, and it didn't take long before I realized I didn't want to be there, because they just shouted obscenities at me.
Yeah,
that's
well,
that's all
I
they
think
had.
yeah, well, I think too, you got to understand, like, I was kind of touching on this earlier, like, even though you made some you've told me some stuff that I didn't know about, what your side of the vacuum stuff is. Um, it's still really hard. It's going to be super hard for you to reach anyone, because you're representing the side of what we all think is lying and manipulating people. So you're going to catch that backlash. So I hope you don't take it personally or anything. But that's where that comes from, man. People, they're like, oh, so you believe this shit? Like,
Well,
you're gonna come here and tell
that's
me
okay.
that?
That's okay. If somebody says, "Oh, you believe this shit," that's all right. But
Yeah,
it's the disingenuous, deliberate fakery that I don't abide.
yeah,
That's the stuff that really bugs me.
yeah,
And to be fair, I have definitely seen some Globers who, during a debate, have been willing to shuffle off the truth in order to try to win points.
yeah.
Um,
And that's the
yeah,
worst, dude, because when
I've
people
seen
spot
that
that
happen.
shit, they're like, oh, it's all a lie,
Right. But it has been my impression, of course, I am a Globe believer. It has been my impression that the flat earthers, that's pretty much all they got. Not yourself. You don't go there. You just won't go there, or at least not with me. But most of them, it's blatantly lies.
Mm.
What do you think of that? You think I'm wrong? Probably. I mean, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, right? Because when you say blatantly lies, like, I think the videos that they show us from the ISS and stuff are blatantly lies. Like, even though you made some good points about the vacuum, there's a higher authority, which would be, uh, in the structure that we live in, not my authority, but I'm just saying that, which would be NASA and the mainstream news, and presenting, videos from the ISS and stuff, and you see, CGI mistakes, green screen stuff, people fading out, and they're in different layers of the video. When you see that stuff, that's evidence for us, right? And then when you try and show it to, a quote unquote Glober, uh, they're like, oh, you're fucking retarded. It's like, buddy, that video is clearly not what they say it is, and
Okay.
to say that that's not evidence, like, I feel like that's just disingenuous on your guys' part, because maybe the Earth is a globe and all that shit, but the way that they fake that stuff, it definitely uh is suspect, because why are they doing that? Like, there's no reason
Right.
to
Right.
fake that stuff if they could do it.
Right. The Glober point of view is that they aren't faking it,
Right.
that you're seeing something you don't understand. And they're probably not being very nice about that to
Well,
you,
even
because
if
they
they're
can be
not,
very vile.
oh,
You're
even
right.
if it not, it doesn't phase me, bro, because I've seen full physical people phase out, like, go
Uh-huh.
transparent. So I know
Yeah.
that's not like,
Let me show you. Let me
like
show
I
you
know,
full
like,
physical people phasing out. Right.
like I know that that's not a I know
You
that's
know that
not
doesn't mean anything. So why are we bringing it up? Right. Oh, he's he phased out. He's phasing. He's phasing.
yeah, you're behind a green screen though.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. That's what we're saying they're doing. And when it shows up and we see that stuff, you guys are like, nah, you just don't understand. And it's like,
Well,
well,
do
I
you
mean,
understand video compression?
dude, not really, man. But I've got friends that do, and I know people that do, and that's a lot easier to recognize and stuff.
I
When
think
you see
I
somebody,
think
hold on
we
a sec,
see.
hold on a
I
sec,
think everybody
hold on,
sees
wait,
what
wait.
they want to see.
Let me continue real quick. So
Okay.
when you see a guy interacting with something and
Huh?
and he moves his hand through it and it's supposed to be an alleged physical object and he just moves right through it, it's not there, bro. That's so why is it there on the screen?
Okay.
Because it's fake and that's evidence, man.
Well,
And if you don't want to talk about that or anything, like that's
well,
fine.
I
I'm
do.
happy
I
to.
did want to stay on this topic a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah, I feel you. I
But
feel you.
there's a good point. I would say trying to be as nice as we can to each other. I understand what you saw.
I
I have
mean,
seen them. I've had people send me these videos. I watch the videos
bro, you can see wires on some of
and
them
I
when they quote
chuckle.
unquote
I
launch
do
a sat.
chuckle because
Dude, hold
I
on a
am
sec.
convinced
Yeah.
that we see what we want to see. So when
All
you
right.
see
After,
something phasing out, I see a video compression artifact.
oh, bro, I
And
got some artifacts for you. After,
don't
no,
even
no, no,
send
no,
them. I've seen them all.
no,
Trust me.
please,
I've
please,
seen them all.
listen,
I just wasn't impressed.
just one video where you can clearly see wires. Not even like this is an old video because they've been faking it for a long time, man. And when you can see the wires on the shit, like that's a wrap, dude.
I've never seen the wires.
Oh,
I've
bro.
had,
All right.
before you even send it, I
Yeah.
guarantee I've seen the video you're going to send me. And I guarantee I'm going to say, there are no wires here. But you see
Well,
them, right? I
well,
understand that. You see
yeah.
them and I don't see them. And I think that's something we need to understand about each other
Yeah.
is that they are not there on my screen, but they are there on your screen.
Interesting.
All right. We all see, we don't just see with our eyes. It goes into our brain, right?
Sure.
And the brain has to interpret what it's getting. And your interpretation of what you see is that those are wires. And my interpretation of that same image is going to be, no, those are not wires.
Well, hold on a sec.
I'll
You haven't
say
seen the
it
video
looks
yet,
kind
but
of like wires, but those are not wires.
all right. Well, after this, I'll post it in the comments. It's just a short video.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
have to waste a lot of
If
time
you've
on it.
got it handy, go ahead and throw it in the comments.
I don't have it at the moment. It's on,
Okay.
because I didn't know we were gonna,
Yeah,
go
we're
in on
not
that.
really on that topic. I don't, and
Yeah.
I don't want to debate it. I definitely don't want to debate it. I want to
I feel you.
use it as an understanding of what's really going on.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll understand this when the higher source of authority is making videos that we're perceiving as fake, everything from that, is like we're like, nah, it's a full reset, right? So
I think, yeah, well, sort of.
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick.
Uh-huh.
So you've seen you seen the video from Smarter Every Day where he's interviewing Don Pettit or Petit, I can't remember what his name is, and they're in the cupola and all that shit. Have you seen that?
I'm
And
not
he had
sure. I don't remember Smarter Every Day interviewed him, but I must have watched it. I love
yeah.
both of those guys. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, he's interviewing Don Pettit
Uh-huh.
in the cupola or whatever, and he was like, "Oh, so what happens if you get a leak?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know, man. Like, there's probably it might involve like he had no idea what to do procedurally, and that tells me that like because there would be a procedure if there was a leak, right? Like when you train, do exercises, like when like military stuff, like they train for what they're doing, like they would know immediately, right?
Yeah,
And you have
they have patches and stuff.
and you have
Yeah.
this guy who's supposed to be the premier astronaut, and the look on his face when that guy asked him that, he about shit his pants, bro. Like watch the video. He's
That's
like,
interesting. Yeah, if
he's
you
like,
can find it,
yeah,
shoot us that link. I'd
yeah,
love to watch it because I do love. I really enjoy Smarter
yeah.
Every Day.
Dude,
Plug for
he's a nice
Smarter Every
guy.
Day,
I like a couple of
and
his
Don Pettit.
videos.
I'm a Don Pettit fan as well. So
Wouldn't get that carried away, but I like that Dustin guy. He seems pretty cool. Smarter Every
well,
Day.
Dustin's really cool. He's a very cool guy.
Seems nice.
But yeah, let me throw you a little logic. We are
Yeah, go
supposed to be
ahead.
talking about logic.
Yeah.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, that the ISS is completely fake. It's all
Okay.
fake.
Yeah.
It's all fake.
I'm with you so far.
Does that mean the Earth is flat?
No, Nope, it's not. It's not
So,
indicative. Not
so I'm
indicative
going to
of that.
file that under irrelevant
Yep. Okay. Fair
and,
enough.
and time to move on.
Yep. Okay.
Right?
Fair enough.
Uh, so, but now you come back at me with this one. Seems to me that virtually every flat earther is deeply moved by the fakeness of the ISS. Like that really, it's a
Yeah.
driving force behind your belief that the Earth is flat.
Well, I would. It definitely contributes to it because it takes away like the old, like how how science people often say like we know this because blah blah blah. Like it takes that away.
Right.
Like where they're like, well, we've been to space. It's like, well, have you seen the moon landing, bro? Like,
Right.
have you?
Right.
Have we really been there? Like, do you really know? That's where it's a full reset on that. And also, we're taught, about space and stuff from such an early age. And if you look at Hollywood and movies and stuff, it's a huge industry of, sci-fi and space fantasy. So
Sure.
we all
Yeah.
grew up on, like we were talking about Dune earlier and Star Wars and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lord of the Apes and all that. So, hold on one sec. Oh, so it's a big betrayal, like it's a sensitive subject, I guess, because when you realize you've been lied to, you're like, like if you found out your girl was cheating on you, would you be like, oh, it's okay, like, or would you be upset, right? It's the same kind of concept, and
Okay.
the way that we're you know raised, not raised, what's the right word, the way that we're kind of like trained through society, is
Mhm.
the authority figure, listen to the lab coat
Mhm.
kind of thing. And then, like, and then it turns out that, there's a lie going on and nobody wants to talk about it. People get pissed,
Right.
and so that's where all that shit comes from, man.
And
And
that's my hypothesis, by the way. My hypothesis is that you felt betrayed by a lie that you perceived. And
well, there hold on one sec. There's also more lies though. Like, like you asked me not to talk about like conspiracy stuff, but
yeah,
there's
let's stay
so
off of the
yeah,
icky
yeah,
one. Let's
yeah,
just agree that
no,
there's a
no,
whole bunch of lies
yeah,
that
yeah. So once you start seeing like it's just lie after lie after lie, just constant bang bang bang, you're just
that's
like
right.
you're just like, oh, we're I feel like we're in a trauma cycle over that shit. It's just constant lies and nobody really knows, and they're just like, yeah, man, like I agree. Like I would rather come here and talk to you and look stupid and find out things than not know, or like not ask not ask the question, because
Right.
I've seen, are you, well, you're probably not familiar, but anyway, this guy, who's a flat earther, his name's Witsit Gets It on YouTube.
I've
He
seen
went
him.
he went around the country interviewing people and stuff and just doing street,
Yep.
off the street stuff, and people don't even know, like they can't even answer like how far away the sun is or how many times the earth rotates in a day, like literal shit like that. And it's like, so people don't even know, bro. And they're just
That's
agreeing,
true.
they're
That's
just
true.
going along with it because the the higher level authority says that this is the way it is, and they don't even question it and they don't even think about it. And you know
Right. Right. Okay. So one thing I just want to agree with you is that most people don't actually know. Is you go off the street and you just take a random person and you say,
yeah,
"Hey, uh, how's this work?" And you ask any kind of one of these questions that we all want to know about in these talks. They won't know. Most
yeah,
people don't know.
well, I mean,
Um, but most people
mhm.
defer to those who do know.
Right, and that's a problem, bro, because
I well, hold on, hold on a
okay.
minute, right?
Sorry,
I mean,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I went to a music concert tonight, right?
Who'd you see?
I'm not a music person, so if I go and I say, "Hey, that guy in the front with the stick, he's waving a stick around. He's not playing any instrument. What's this guy? Why are people clapping for this guy? He's a fraud. That guy's a fraud. He's faking." Um, do you think you think that's good logic that I'm using there, or what do you think about that?
Hold on, one sec, I kinda spaced out. Um,
I just basically I know nothing about music.
oh, right. You're saying, so why
Is
do you
is
appreciate
it
this guy?
appropriate
Oh,
for me to
okay.
criticize
Okay.
musicians?
Okay. Fair point. But I feel like that's not exactly a one-to-one comparison of what we're talking about. Or, I
I
mean, of what
think
I'm
it
talking about.
is. I think if um if I wanna retile my bathroom,
Okay.
right? I could learn to do that myself. I'm pretty confident. I've done a little bit of that. I think I could, I could probably get by. Um, or do you think maybe I should hire a professional bathroom retiling experienced contractor,
Uh-huh.
right?
Okay. So hold on. Back to
So
the
is it
music thing.
okay for me to not know how to retile my bathroom and to trust somebody to know that? Is that okay?
No,
Or is it a
but
problem that I don't know how to tile my bathroom?
well, I mean, you should probably learn just, you know, but I'm just fucking with you. But no, so just back to the instrument guy, right?
Okay.
So let's say
The conductor, yeah.
let's say you're talking to the guy doing the instrument stuff, right? And you're like, "Hey man, how does like can you explain to me how your flute works?" And what if the guy just was like, "Oh, well, there's probably like he just what if he just didn't know, right?" And then you would start being like, "Oh, well that's fucking weird because you were just, playing the shit out of it allegedly at the concert, but then he doesn't know how it works, and that's a problem, right? So like that would be like going back to saying, "Hey, Don Pettit, if there's a leak, what do you do?" And he's like, "I don't fucking know, man. Like probably a spacewalk." He literally said probably a spacewalk is involved. What, man? Anyway,
Um,
I don't feel
so
like
if I
I
went up
don't
to somebody who's playing an instrument and I
I
say, "Hey,
don't.
how does that thing work?" They're gonna say, "I blow in this end and I push on these keys and it makes sounds."
What if he didn't say that and he just said, "I don't know." Probably you probably have to do a spacewalk. You would just be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Because
I don't know.
it,
I
it,
mean, there's how about this? What if he said something? What if he said, "I don't know"? He said, "I don't know. I don't know how this thing works. I just play it."
Mhm.
Um, would you walk
Uh,
away and say, "Oh, he's not really playing it"?
no, fair enough. I see where you're going with that. It's not a good analogy, but
I think the problem is you and I, we don't know. We don't know how it works. If we knew, like if I was an expert at the violin, right? And then I could ask a question, right? I could ask another violin player a question that another violin player must know the answer to. And if they didn't know, then I would say, "Are you faking it?" Right? But
mhm.
because I don't know anything about the violin, he could just say something that sounds utterly ridiculous to me. It could be true. I don't know.
All right, fair point. But my interpretation of it is, and a lot of us is that it's just outright lies. So that's where we differ on that.
Right, but you do realize that what you're doing is criticizing a musician when you don't know anything about music.
Sure. Okay. Like
You're saying, "Hey,
I'll
these people that went to school and they learned their trade and they trained for years and they do this stuff. This is their thing." And then they say something that sounds kind of wacky to you, and you're
no,
like,
but not
"That's
even
got to be a lie because it doesn't make sense to me."
no, but not even that it doesn't make sense, bro. He didn't even have an answer. It wasn't like he gave an answer and was like hit like the part about the spacewalk thing was just something he said at the end of it, just grasping at nothing. Because dude, you gotta watch it. It's crazy.
Yeah,
He literally,
I will watch it.
I think he
I
may
will
have
watch
shit his
it.
pants
Um,
because
I'd be
Dustin was
surprised if they don't have procedures and they don't drill on those procedures. But what I would not be surprised by is if we had the same reaction as we did to the wires, that when you hear Don Pettit say something, you interpret his words in a certain way.
why do
And
you
then when
do
I hear those exact same words,
yeah
I hear a whole different story.
why do you think that is?
I think it's because we all
Tell me
do
your
this.
best honest answer of why you think that is.
Let me tell you a true story.
Okay.
Um, Years ago, I was in a little bit of a tiff with the wife, and I said, "I don't like you barking at me." I don't like you barking orders at me, I said. I don't like you barking orders at me. And that just set her off because her interpretation of those words was that I was calling her a dog.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
But
Typical
you see how this
miscommunication.
works,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I gotcha.
It explains how that works. Bark, that's a dog. And I meant a drill sergeant, right? I meant a drill sergeant, and you probably understood that I meant a drill sergeant.
Yeah.
But she thought I was calling her a dog. And it's the same words. It's just how we interpret them is always colored by our own experience.
Okay, fair
Our
enough.
own point of view.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how I think that works. So when Don Pettit is going to say whatever, I'm going to say, I don't know, that seems like a good answer. And then you're going to say, how come he didn't know?
Okay.
Right?
Well, hold on one sec. So you know how earlier when you were asking me about what was the question? What keeps the PSI from just rushing to the top of the dome? Right. I should have known that. Right. I should have known that. Right.
Well, I don't know. I think you ought to have thought about it. You ought to have thought about it before you rush to the conclusion that we have to have a dome.
All right. But you know the answer though, right?
Oh yes. I never did give you the answer.
And no, so what if I asked you and you didn't know either? And you just kind of said, like, you just were like, I don't know, man.
I think I would still have a really strong position because, as I said before, if it was unicorn farts, then if unicorn farts work for you, then the unicorn farts work for me.
What if you couldn't even come up with unicorn farts, bro, and you just had to say, I don't know?
Okay, then I would say, and here's
because that's literally what Don Pettit was like. That's literally the conversation.
Intellectual honesty is to say,
so he should have.
I don't know that, but I know that it's true. I can observe something. For example, the pressure, right? Getting back to it, the pressure is low here. Pressure is 14 here and like 0 up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen? I could say, I don't know, but I have seen for myself that it's true. I've gone up a mountain and I've measured the air pressure, and the air pressure is lower there. I could say, I don't know why that is, but I know that it is true. Right?
Fair enough. I feel like we're not.
And anybody who tries to say it's not true, they are not being honest. They're not doing honest investigation, right? They're just making stuff up.
Fair enough. I don't feel like we're going to get anywhere on this particular thing at the moment because it's a question that he should have known the answer to because they should be doing drills on it because they could die, right? Like they could all boil if if that shit leaks.
He did know.
Dude, all right. Like watch the video and then
Please link it to us. Link it. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun watch. Until I've watched it, I really can't give you.
Yeah. So we can move on from that because we're kind of comparing something where you're not, you haven't seen it, so you really are trying to understand it from your perspective. And so all good though.
Absolutely. I wanted to first of all, let me give you the answer to the pressure.
Yeah.
Why is the pressure higher here than it is up there? It's gravity. It's because of gravity.
Right. Gravity, bro. I'm so far removed from the concept of fucking gravity that I forgot all about it when you
gravity sucks.
Should have been obvious, right? Hilarious. I totally forgot that you guys are you guys do that. Okay, so
the amazing thing is that we all know that gravity is a thing. You know it as well, right? Just don't like the word. Is that it?
No, it's not the word, bro. Like when I'm holding something in my hand right now, I drop it, it falls. Like I'm not saying that that's just not true, right? Because that's ridiculous. What I'm saying is
we all agree.
What's that?
We all agree.
What
on that, right?
Oh,
like something is stuff falls. Right. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Okay.
I know, dumb Jezza. I'm just kind of messing around. When I talk like that, I'm just. but I did forget that the gravity is the answer on that because because in my view of how gravity works, it's not pulling down on air molecules or anything like that, or creating any sort of barrier uh, with the gas or whatever, because the force is too weak that we experience.
Okay. I
So
mean,
you guys attribute gravity to solve a lot of problems that nobody else can verify. So that's
okay. So can we dig into that then?
yeah, sure.
Problems nobody else can verify.
Right.
What have you done to attempt to verify this?
Nothing, but hear me out.
Okay, hold on. I want to pause for a moment
I
and just stress that you started with nothing.
I know. So just hear me out. I've watched
You've
videos on it,
watched
and
you've watched
I I've
videos from
I
flat earthers.
no, I've watched videos from, other people, like,
Okay.
not
Okay. Go for it
not
then.
doing it.
Take it away.
Okay. Alright. So, this force is super weak, right? If you take a helium balloon and fill it halfway, the whole deal where you can get it to just stay level, pretty much it's not pulling down or floating up,
Sure.
right? So,
Absolutely.
if gravity's not pulling it down right here on the surface where it would be strongest, right? Closest, like, because it's pulling us down to it would be strongest on the ground, right?
No, not right. Sorry.
Okay.
Gravity is always there. It's not. There's no time when it's not there.
Okay. So the half-filled helium balloon would be affected by it if it was always pulling
Yes.
down on it, but it's not. And then so you go
Oh, oh,
high.
oh.
Okay.
Who
Go
says
ahead.
it's not? Who said that?
The fact that you see it not getting pulled down.
Have you heard of something called buoyancy?
Yeah. So that force of buoyancy is overcoming a force that's holding us on a spinning ball that's bending water around a curve as it spins,
Uh-huh.
and that's super strong, blah blah blah. But it can't pull a balloon down, bro. Like that's where we disconnect with the gravity affecting in the atmosphere. That's
And do
why
you know why? Do you know why you disconnect on that?
no,
But
no,
I don't disconnect. I don't
no.
disconnect on that at all. But you do. Why is that?
Uh, I don't know why you don't. Like, but for me, it's just there's nothing to. If it doesn't pull it down, then there's then what is it doing, right? There's got to be, if it's that weak, but the sun pulls us as it goes through space and shit. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. That it's that strong.
Let me
That
postulate why I think it doesn't bother me, but it does bother you.
okay.
When I had that question at some point, I said, "Gosh, that's strange. Why doesn't a helium balloon sink?" And then I looked for the answer. And then I found the answer and I learned the answer. Now I know the answer. And you didn't.
It doesn't overcome
You
it because
didn't
the
look for the
strength of
answer.
gravity isn't strong enough to.
You
Because the
didn't look
force.
for the answer. You just looked for other people who think like you who didn't look for the answer either.
Okay, fair.
Right?
Okay.
Because I have the answer. It wasn't even hard for me to find.
Your answer though is that a weaker force, it
What weaker
like
force? Gravity
the
causes buoyancy.
gravity causes buoyancy.
Buoyancy, the force we call buoyancy, what makes helium balloons float, is the logical outcome of gravity. You can't have gravity without buoyancy.
But you're saying buoyancy is what causes or gravity is what causes buoyancy.
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to
So
look further into that.
as soon as you introduce gravity and you understand what gravity is doing, and then you work the math on it, you say, lo and behold, if it works like this, helium balloons should float. And then you go, oh, you know what? Helium balloons do float. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. Right? The difference is you haven't done that. You haven't honestly said, what causes this buoyancy thing? I want to know the answer. You have instead said, this buoyancy thing is impossible, and I'm going with that.
No, I'm not saying that I just don't know that gravity causes buoyancy in the way that you're saying it does, because if it's so strong, how could it be so weak? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because how does buoyancy overcome it though? Right?
How does buoyancy overcome
The
gravity?
gravity. You say it
I
creates.
can lift
So
this
so
pen.
so
I
it
can lift this
creates.
pen, but if I let go, it falls, right?
Okay,
How can I overcome gravity?
but that
I
same
mean,
so but
it's
you're
not.
saying that that same force, quote unquote, is what's keeping the moon going around us, but you
Uh-huh.
can lift a pin up,
Yeah.
but the moon can't, like, fuck off or get spun out, during our rotation or anything, because
Right.
it's strong enough to hold the moon, but it
Mhm.
can't pull a balloon down. That's where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Right. And did you again, I'm going to stress it because
Yeah.
this is my whole point is the difference between your approach and my approach. My approach is to say that's a good question. Let's go find that answer. And I have noticed that you haven't done that. You haven't gone to find the answer.
Bro, because there's no need to. Listen to what that guy just the
Well,
moon's more
hold on. There's
hold
no
on.
need to.
No.
You've already decided you will not
You're right.
accept the answer when you get it. Is that correct?
Mm, no, my bad. I I was
Of
reading
course, there's
chat.
a need to find the answer.
Hold on one
Do you
sec.
have? Let me ask you a different question. Let me spin
Just
this a different way.
one sec. I was reading
Okay.
chat, and I wanted to respond to something, so I just
Okay.
brushed
What do you
whatever
got? You
you were
want me to
saying
put it up?
aside. No, it's fine. It was just guy was saying the moon's more massive than the pin. So
Yeah, this
so
one.
what so what is that? What does that mean, man? How does the moon not get pulled down, but the fucking pin doesn't?
Okay. I mean, I didn't really
It's
want to get this turn this into some kind of lecture about gravity, but let me give you the answer first, and then let's
okay.
get back to the differences in approach. Um, the force of gravity is proportional to the mass of the object. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
So I take the mass of the object and I multiply that times the mass of the Earth.
I just
So,
I don't believe
so
that
the,
you
the
guys
mass
have
of a
accurate.
pen multiplied times the Earth is one number. The mass of the moon multiplied times the mass of the Earth is a different number. It's a bigger number. So you get bigger forces on bigger objects, right? I mean, a 20-pound weight weighs more than my pen. And you understand that that's both gravity, right?
I agree that it's weight.
It's weight. And this is the thing. When you grew up, you had no problem calling that gravity.
No. Because
So why is it that
I didn't
gravity
think
is a dirty
about.
word now?
It's not that it's a dirty word. It's how it's how you're saying that it works, right? You're saying, "Oh, well, how'd you measure the mass of the Earth, dude?" I mean, because this goes back to where you linked me the Cavendish experiment, and you know what
Mm-hmm.
I think of that, man. That's
Right. Okay.
so. Hold on a
Let's not
sec. You've got hold
spin
on a
too
sec.
far out of it.
Hold on, hold on. You've got these numbers to work out this equation and stuff, but, like, I just don't think that any of that math has been confirmed beyond what, like, when you drop something, like, it that's it. When you say that it applies to the moon and all this shit,
Mhm.
th I'm just like, I don't know about that, man."
Okay. Well, I mean,
So
it's
wait,
cool that you
let
would say, I don't know about that. That's cool.
let me follow up on this real quick.
Okay.
So, in your version, so we're talking about Newton gravity, right? Where it's mass
Sure.
attracted to mass.
Yeah.
So how does Einstein gravity factor into this pin equation and moon equation, right? So
Mhm.
or even the helium balloon, for example. So the
Uh-huh.
helium balloon that's being neutral, if Einstein, what does Einstein have to say about the neutral balloon? Like, how does that work? Because
Einstein
because
agrees.
agrees that the
Agrees
agrees with what that it should stay there and
that
it's all good
with Newton,
and all, okay.
Einstein's equations are identical to Newton's equations here on Earth. Okay, let me be precise. They are
Yeah.
so close to identical that it would be really ridiculous for us to try to show the difference.
Well, if it's the bending of space-time, then like is the balloon bending? Like what does that mean exactly? Like is it a terminology thing that I'm having an issue with? Or is
Yeah.
it because
Yeah,
well,
it is.
yeah, well I mean, tell me about it because from my understanding, you're saying that the moon let's just use the moon for this example real quick.
Okay.
So you're saying the moon is attracted to the Earth's mass, right?
Mhm.
But it's also not that at all. It's the mass of the Earth that's bending a fabric of space time. Like what? like
Um,
this, like so. But
that's a
you're saying
good topic. It's
but
an
you're saying that
interesting
they're
topic.
the same because of math, even though those are two different things. Because one of those things is a force pulling on something to attract it,
Mhm.
and the other one is something bending along a curve,
Sure.
right? So is the moon bending along a curve, or is it being pulled? Like what the fuck is going on up there, dog? In your
Um,
model,
uh,
or from your
that's a really
understanding.
interesting topic, and I will promise to come back and get to it if
Okay.
you want to still. But first, before we do, tap the brakes a little bit, and let's go
Okay.
back to that previous thing, the previous example I mentioned, and I'm going to say that applies here again. The previous example was, if the ISS is fake, does that mean the Earth is flat? And we agreed, no, no, it
No.
doesn't. So
No.
it's just not relevant, right? Okay, so let's do that again here. And we say, are you trying to tell me that Einstein says when I drop this pen, it won't fall? Is that
No.
what you're telling me?
No. I'm just asking you what.
So
Like
you know that
I, I'm
Einstein
I'm asking you.
agrees.
I'm asking
You
you: is the
you
pen
know
falling or is it bending along a curve?
you know that whatever words we use to describe it, Einstein agrees if I drop this pen, it will fall. Right? Einstein is on board with that.
Is it falling toward the center of the Earth or is it bending around a curve though? Because that's where I'm
It's,
stuck. And if that's where I'm going full retard, just tell me. And
you're not going full retard. What
because,
you're doing is you're stuck in a mental
yeah, no, I
dead end. And the
gotcha.
dead end you shouldn't have even gone into because it's irrelevant. It does not matter whether there's some kind of bending of space-time or not. The pen falls.
Right.
You
So
agree the pen falls. I agree the pen falls. Newton said the pen falls. Einstein says the pen falls. So let's say we can prove Einstein is wrong. Oh, Einstein is wrong. It's not bending space-time. Does that change anything?
no, I guess not.
It doesn't. What if we say Newton was wrong, Einstein was right? Does that change anything?
No, but
So why are we even talking about it?
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to understand the stuff that I'm stuck on, bro. Because I'm stuck on this shit too, and there's no one
Okay.
to really ask about, Einstein shit because most flat earthers don't have PhDs in that shit, and they're just kind of going off of
All
that
right.
shit. That's why I'm here, man. I'm here to get some questions answered, dude.
And I really appreciate you being here and putting up with me. I'm getting too preachy sometimes.
No, you're good,
So
man. You're
let
you're
me
trying to
let me
trying to
let
move
me
it
tell you my
along.
hypothesis again, and then if you want to know the answer, I'll tell you your answer. My hypothesis is that the flat Earth folks, um, they realize, as you do, that it doesn't matter whether Einstein or Newton agree. It doesn't matter. And yet they really want to push it and they're really upset about it. But they know that it doesn't matter. And I think that's dishonesty. What do you think?
I think that it does matter because you're attributing that stuff to the stuff in this. You're attributing to what we see on Earth to how the sky clock or the sky works, right?
Right?
And that's
Well, well, but we understand that Newton and Einstein both describe the sky clock exactly the same. We agree on that?
I'm sorry, say
They
that.
use
I'm
different
sorry.
words. One of
No, I'm
them
sorry.
said bendy space-time, one of them
Yeah.
said mass attracts mass, right?
So what? Yeah. Okay.
But that they both describe the sky clock moving in the same way.
Yes.
Okay.
But
So in
hold
what
on.
way In
Okay.
what way does their different wording have anything to do with what's true and what's not true?
Not sure, man.
I'm not either, and I think that to me, I'm taking that as a sign that flat Earth is not a serious. It's not an honest investigation. It's a deliberately dishonest distraction from a conversation they don't want to have, which is that the way that the sky clock moves. They don't want to talk about the way the sky clock moves. They want to talk about the differences between Einstein and Newton instead. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'd say there's a considerable amount of talk about where those two differ and how, they, because I've heard one argument where they say that Einstein's theory superseded Newton's
Right.
theory. So
Right.
therefore the Newton stuff doesn't, it's fucking confusing to, figure all that shit out. So,
Can we agree? Can
you
we
know,
agree that assuming Einstein does supersede Newton, that does not mean gravity doesn't make the pen drop?
well, I would say what's causing the gravity though? You're saying it's based on the size of the mass of the Earth, right?
Uh-huh.
That's where you're saying that. And
Yeah.
I'm saying that probably that's not that mass doesn't attract a mass like that. So that doesn't so just because you have math equations and stuff for it that that it doesn't apply the same way,
Okay. Why doesn't it work? I have an equation, right?
Well,
I have an equation,
not that the
and
equation doesn't work, but you can build equations for anything, bro. It's just numbers and shit and equations to describe things. I've heard math
cool.
people that
Mhm,
aren't flat earthers say shit like, I can make a mathematical equation to,
mhm.
that says a table's round. So that doesn't so like you could do it for the earth too, right? Like it doesn't
Well, there's
that
a difference.
doesn't
If I make a mathematical equation that says my table is round, and I
I mean,
measure the
I'm sorry.
table,
I'm sorry
and the
that the
table is
surface of the
not
table.
round, right? If I do a measurement and I say the table isn't round, what do I do with that equation?
I don't know, man.
I throw it away. I say this is a crappy
You
equation. It's
you
no
you would
good.
think that that's what they do,
That is what we do,
allegedly.
allegedly. Right. Do you agree that a larger object of the same material weighs more than a smaller object of the same material?
Yes.
So the mass of the material increases its weight.
Okay.
So weight is
True.
proportional to mass.
Okay.
Okay, cool. That's what the equation says. So it works, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Back to the attracting stuff, right? Like,
Okay.
do you have aside from the Cavendish, is there any other thing? Because I don't. It's just there's just nothing there, man. I just can't see like this thing I'm holding in my hand is attracting to my cell phone, and my cell phone's also attracting to that, and like, but nothing's you can never see that. So all this math shit that you guys have for that to describe what's going on in the sky is I feel like it applies the same way. It's just shit you guys are saying, you know?
Sarav says, I'm just going to read this. I don't know if you're reading the chat. I really wish I could talk to this guy after my exams get over. Yeah, it's exam season for us as well. I don't have to take the exams, so I'm chilling tonight. But yeah, Alan, Sarav would like to talk to you later.
Yeah, man. If you want to talk to me, I'll post my Discord real quick. You can hit me up, man, because I'm down to learn shit. Like you're not probably you're the odds that that you'll convince me that the
I'm
is
I'm not going to
pretty.
convince you.
No,
No,
not you. I'm talking to
no. Okay.
Sarav. So as long as you're just like trying to explain stuff how you see it or whatever, like I'm good with that, dude.
Yep.
Because
Yeah,
maybe
I
you
have to
can.
grade the exam. I have to create the exams, which I was scrambling to get done today, and then I have to grade the exams. Um, yeah, and let me repeat that too.
So
We're
so let
not going
me.
to change each other's minds.
Yeah.
I want what I want out of this is to explore how you approach a question like this and to contrast it with how I approach that same kind of question.
Okay.
Right. So, for example, you've said like gravity, the force is really, really small. Right. My phone and my pen are supposedly attracted to each other by gravity.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see that happening. I can't feel that happening. Right? Maybe I'm going to say I don't believe it's happening. Right? Okay. How do you then proceed? What was your next step?
I don't know what the next step is, man. Like
Do you believe bacteria exist?
Yeah.
Can you see them?
You can see it grow. Yeah.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
As individual little things?
Oh no. But you could see like when bacteria is growing on something, like, like it
Okay.
eventually, like you know that there's something there doing that, right?
You know there's something there. When you see it get big, when the bacteria are just individual bacteria, you can't see them.
Right.
But when they get all together, you can see them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And you're cool with that.
Yep.
So when gravity is real small, you can't see it. But if it gets real big, you can.
But okay, so,
But that's not cool.
no, because it's like you're saying, that I guess it's just the difference in how you're saying that it affects it directly proportional to the size of the thing that it's affecting, right?
The mass, yes.
Right. So I guess that kind of answers it. I don't have anything other to say about that. You got me on that one because
I
I
mean,
because
that's
I
what
don't because
the equations work.
I feel like if it was affecting stuff on that level, that it would have to affect us harder than what it does. You know, that's my line of thinking on it. Because you're saying because like the sun, right? So 93 million miles away, like it's pulling on us and all this shit and dragging us through, whatever we're allegedly moving through. But it's
Mhm.
not. But like nobody can we feel that or measure it other than
Mhm.
just so that's where I'm just like what is this, man?
Right. And that's the difference, right? That's the difference. I think there's three kinds of people.
Mhm.
There's one kind of person who says, "Can we feel the sun pulling on us?" And they go, "Let me find out." And then there's another kind of person who says, "Can we feel the sun pulling on us?" Man, I don't know. Who cares? Right? Let the scientists deal with that. Whatever the
Yeah.
scientists say, that's fine with me. And then there's the other kind of person who says, "Can we feel the sun pulling on us?" I don't know. So therefore, there's no gravity.
Well, not that there's no gravity, but just like how it's described. Because
Well,
I
yeah,
feel
yeah,
like
you're saying,
I feel like you're
uh,
adding additional stuff to it beyond what we can observe on Earth. That's all I have to say about it. Is I feel like you're
but we're not.
attributing.
I
Well,
say that we're not.
I mean, I feel like you are, and that's why they have to fake the videos of space because that shit
But
don't
you,
exist the
but
way it
you,
is.
how much research have you done to find out um, whether we can observe gravity on Earth?
Well, I've asked you about it, and the best you could come up with was the Cavendish experiment.
The Cavendish is the best. It's by far the best. There's more, but it's
Oh,
by
what
far
else
the
you got?
best. So if you don't like the Cavendish, I
Yeah,
think that what we see here is a serious bias in your selection.
yeah.
Like I like Cavendish and you don't.
From my understanding, the only thing you had was the Cavendish. So I didn't know that there was others. Can
Oh,
you
there's
direct me to?
tons.
Can
Yeah, there's
you?
tons.
What do you
Um,
got? Like what are?
what have I got? I've got a video I don't much like, but there's an old video, like there's an old film reel is what it was, of a science demonstration where a guy just has a scale, he has a mass hanging from a scale, and then he puts a big mass underneath it, and you see the weight increase on the scale. We got that, and then actually the one I like the best.
Dude, I think I've seen that video actually.
Yeah,
And
and I'm
there
like, come on, man.
dude, yeah, I was reading the comments on that because I'm not sure if it was the same video, but that sounds so familiar to something when I was looking into the Cavendish stuff when you told me about it. Because I genuinely didn't. I was like, I'd never even heard of that
Yeah,
until you said it. So one sec. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was reading the comments on that video or a video like that where with the mass under the thing and it weighs more. and like, there was mad people in the comments, going, "Hey, I'm an engineer, blah blah blah," and and the math doesn't, work out on this. So like, this isn't actually, proof. So I didn't know how to really interpret that, because I kind of felt the same
Me
way about the
either.
Cavendish. It's just hoodly daddle, really,
I
to
haven't.
me.
I have done the math on the Cavendish experiment. I have not done the math on the one that I mentioned. I just mention it because it does come up. I don't know if it's any good or not. What I do know is good is there's one from Sarov here. I put in the banner, which is PhD Tony uses something called a gravitometer, and that's what he does for a living. He uses these things to find minerals. He's looking. He works for a big company, and they're looking to mine and find something valuable. And how they do it is by finding its gravity. It's heavier. What they're looking for, I think, is heavier than the rock that it's within. So they look to find the ore. They look for dense places under the earth, and they use little gravity detectors for that.
Can you do you know exactly what he uses? Like, is there like a model number or anything like that, or does he have a
He's
YouTube
given it. Does
channel?
anyone happen to know?
Because I would be interested to look up like the device and stuff and how that works. Because I've heard of the gravimeter stuff before, and I haven't really looked into it.
Okay,
I just but that's interesting that they're using that to find stuff that's in the earth, right? I'm assuming.
sure. And of course, you don't believe in you don't believe in space and space flight. But one of the folks that I actually know, one of my neighbors, worked on the Grace project, which is a satellite. It's a pair of satellites that was used to map the gravity all around the Earth and how it has tiny, minute variations everywhere on the Earth. But of course, you don't want to believe in that because it's from NASA, right? Which,
Right.
which I understand. I dig that. So let me just suggest a simpler one, which is drive around with a scale. Drive around the country with a scale and tell me, does your mass weigh the same everywhere on the Earth? It shouldn't,
Does
does
it?
it?
Don't know. I haven't been around. I haven't done that.
Yeah, Bob the Science Guy. You know who Bob the Science Guy is?
Heard of him?
He's pretty pleasant. He's a glober, right? He's an anti-flat earther, and he drove from Michigan to Florida, I think. And every few hundred miles, he stopped and weighed his mass, and then drove back home the opposite direction, and um, published all the data. So, yeah, something just any old buddy can do.
Yeah.
Just a dude with a car and a scale, right?
Gotcha.
It's out there. It's not hard. And the probably another one I'll just throw at you because you want to know. I think it was MIT. Was it MIT? Not that long ago. Shot. I think was it gamma ray? Somebody remind me. I see Middlewell's in here. I'm sure you remember. What was the frequency that they used? They shot light. They shot radio light upwards and then bounced it back downwards, and they measured the difference and found that sure enough, the light is having to fight against gravity on the way up, and it's getting the benefit of gravity on the way down, just like Einstein said.
So wait, I thought. Hold on.
The frequency shifts on the
So that'd be
radio
like
waves.
a speed change. Is that what you're saying, or
It's the frequency that shifts.
well,
It's
what is
it's
it? What does that?
complicated.
What does
It's
that mean
definitely
exactly?
grad student science stuff.
Well, give me your best TLDR.
Well, that was one of the big differences between Newton and Einstein was, according to Einstein's numbers, his equations, light would be bent by gravity, right? And Newton really didn't know. Newton kind of thought it would be, but in a different way. So they had a difference between what they thought light would do. And so then we measured it and we found out it works like Einstein says. And so light is bent by gravity. And so if you shoot light, like if you shoot light across a gravity field, it bends, it curves, right?
What gravity field did they shoot it again across?
The sun.
Or
The first discovery was the sun.
do you have is there some what was that experiment called again? That was from MIT, you said?
Oh, well, the MIT one, they just shot it straight up a tower. They knocked holes in the floor. They had some old tower that nobody was using, and they knocked holes in the floor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Who did the sun one? What's that about? Who?
That was 1919. And who was it? Somebody remind me. We can look this up. Who was it? It was somebody famous, and I'm blanking on who it was. It wasn't Einstein, didn't do it himself. Somebody else did the experiment, and they watched the light from a star behind the sun during an eclipse and watched how the star moved. And yeah, I mean.
Oh, wait. No, I've heard of that. So you're talking about the okay.
Eddington.
So
I think it was Eddington.
So what if the sun's got a magnetic field, right?
Yes.
A magnetic field would bend light too, right?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Not as far as we know, right?
I don't know. Is a magnetic field?
Right. Not well. And this is the deal. The way science is supposed to work is we make a guess, right? It's an educated guess. We take everything we know and we say, if we've got this right, this is what should happen. If my guess is right, this is the way it should work. Rusty says, Eddington, Dyson, and Davidson. That's the name of the, I'm going to believe you. I definitely remember Eddington.
Yeah, Eddington sounds super familiar. So but real quick though, I just Googled, does a magnetic field bend light? And the first thing that came up was saying that, it does.
Oh, okay.
Or it can. So my question would be, how, if the sun has a huge, it probably would, if it's what do you guys say it is, 800,000 miles big or whatever. So it probably has like a really big magnetic field, right? So couldn't that have also been what bent the and not a quote unquote gravity field?
It may be, but here's how science works, right? We say, if I've got this right, this is the way it should work. And then you go and you look and you say, is that what happens? If that is not what happens, then you go back and you say, no, I got it wrong, right? And then if it does work the way you thought it would, okay. Jezza has something for you, but we'll get back to it. If it does work the way you say, that doesn't mean you're necessarily right, but it means it's looking good for you so far. You can keep on going with the equation that you've got. The equation that you've got works so far until somebody comes along and says, no, I got a better one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So what does Jezza say? And this agrees with my understanding as well, which is that a magnetic field does not affect the photons of light directly. However, a magnet can distort the medium through which light passes and thereby bend the light rays.
Okay.
So that's what he says. And Michael Olson here says light has no charge, so it should not bend in an EM field. That's my understanding as well. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, when you come back with, yeah, but maybe it's this or maybe it's that, I'm going to say the scientific principle says, well, yeah, maybe, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe if you think it is, the way you go next is to say, the way I think it works is this. And then we design a test to tell the difference, right? That's what the Einstein test was about. It was Newton thought light would bend around the sun this much. Einstein thought the light would bend that much. So then they measured it and they're like, what did we get? We got Einstein's number. And so we're like, okay, Einstein's the winner. Einstein's equation is better than Newton's equation.
Okay.
And that's how it works, right? And then you come along, you give me a better one, we'll replace Einstein's with yours.
Gotcha, dude. Okay.
And the thing though that we get from now, and I know you don't, I think you don't like this word,
No, you're
science denial. Science denial is to say, yeah, so your equation worked, but your theory is still wrong. Because it could have been, we don't know. It could have been magnetism. It could have been space dust.
Aside from that observation, like, is there anything else that, are there any experiments that show that?
Well, I mean, how many do you need?
I don't know, like, at least
how many do we list so far?
I mean, you listed an observation. Is that an experiment?
Okay, are we going to get into observation versus experiment? Because it'll come right back to the same thing I was saying before about.
I don't know.
About is that relevant? Right?
Oh.
If it was not let's say it was not an experiment. They did not do an experiment. It was merely an observation. Does that mean it's not true?
No, I suppose not.
Then why is that something we want to talk about? Why do we need to stop the conversation about how gravity works and derail that into an argument over what is an experiment and what is not an experiment? Well, if we've already agreed it's not relevant.
You're making a fair point, and my answer to that question is I'm just running through the stuff that I've heard, So
I agree. I've heard that too.
So I'm just working it out, So.
I've heard that too. And that is why I came to the conclusion that the people who brought that up, the people who first brought it up, you're not the first one, right? You heard it from somebody else?
Yeah.
They wanted you to bring it up. They did that on purpose. It wasn't that they were confused.
Why do you think that is?
I think they're lying. I think they lied to you. I mean, it didn't take much for us to agree that observation, experiment, whatever, man, is it true or is it not true? That's the question, right? Is it true? And observations are just as true as experiments. And we know that. We all know that. So the person who wants to stop the conversation and argue about experiment versus observation, the only reason I can think of that they want to do that is because they don't want to have the rest of the conversation.
Okay, fair enough, man.
And I think that means they know where the conversation goes. I think they know where this conversation leads, and they don't want to allow their audience to go down that road. I mean, I'm biased, right? I'm super duper biased.
I mean, I am too. So, I'm just trying to.
So if you don't see it that way, let's hear your point of view.
Okay. So we're doing, we're talking about things that, observable stuff, right? So let me hit you with this real quick. Take a look at this. 1 second. It's uploading. I got slow upload speed.
Okay.
Super slow. All right. It's in the private chat thing on the on StreamYard.
Okay. Well, you're saying later to Sarov. Gotta go study.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot to give him my Discord. Here you go, buddy. Hey man, hit me up. I'm down to talk about that shit.
Okay.
And, you can tell me, whatever. I'm just down to know some shit.
Sharing. If I just share my screen, let's just do that. And then I think y'all are seeing this. You're seeing reflection on a curve, reflection on a plane,
Yeah.
You
So we're saying,
decide.
yeah. So we're saying that's from a video. I didn't make that.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I've seen
But
this before.
okay. Okay. So we observe this straight line we observe this reflection pattern that can only happen across a flat surface, right?
Okay. You observe a reflection pattern, and you have inferred that it can only happen on a flat surface.
Yes. Can you, okay, to that point though, can you show me one where it does the same thing on a curved surface? And if
Yes,
not, wouldn't it? Okay. Oh, do you have it?
certainly.
Or, okay,
Absolutely.
send it.
Um, you'd have to do this experiment properly yourself.
Okay. Walk
And
me through it.
okay, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. Have you heard that one before?
Have.
Right. So it just means light bounces off whatever it hits.
Okay.
So the more curved something is, the tighter that bounce is going to be, right?
Okay.
So as you slowly curve it, it will go from the straight line to the spotlight smoothly, right? It doesn't suddenly snap from, right? Because this one here, the one in the middle,
Mhm.
is that a
Yeah.
plane? It doesn't even look flat.
You know, I didn't do the experiment myself, but it came
But
from
does that
somebody
look flat
that,
to you?
no, let me look at it again real quick.
So,
Yeah, it
so
doesn't.
we know just by looking at this meme
Hold on. Wait,
that,
one sec. One
come
sec.
on,
No, hold on. It looks significantly flatter than the curved part, and then on
okay.
the and then on the water part, I mean, that looks pretty flat,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
does look very flat.
or level at least, and we know that
Yeah,
that water always finds its level, right? So,
right,
I mean,
sure.
would it be a stretch to say that that reflection is because that it's reflecting over a level surface, or that it's level enough that it's not
Level enough.
producing a curve where it wouldn't make, um, uh, where it wouldn't, like, break that line, that reflection line.
Right, right. I agree. It's level enough. How level does it need to be? I think that's the honest question is
Ooh,
how level
interesting
does it need
question.
to be to create a look that looks like that?
That's a good question.
Because the middle one isn't all that level, to be honest.
Yeah.
Uh,
But also you can see though, because it's not as level, it's not as full as the one below it, right? Like the one below it is a pretty solid reflection line. The the one in the middle is bent, so the reflection is also still kind of bent, but it's more straight, than the one above that one. So it's got
uh,
to be reasonably flat, right, to produce that.
it's got to be reasonably flat to produce that. I'll agree with that. Yes. How
I
flat? How flat?
I don't know.
This is how you do intellectual honesty. You go, how flat?
Yeah.
Give me a number of how flat, and then we'll research it.
Yeah, I don't know how flat it would have to be. I assume it would have to do with that angle incidence shit you were talking about just now,
Yeah.
right? So is there a way that we could figure that out, or are you just like hypothetically spitballing the
No,
answer?
yeah, we could. The
'Cause can
height
we?
of the light,
Yeah.
right? We will determine your maximum angle here. My background is fuzzing out. The right the from the side view there. If I try to do a side view, the light from the top coming down bounces off the surface back up to your eye, and then the light from the bottom bounces off the surface. So at some angle, you're no longer getting either the top or the bottom anymore, and that's when the light is gone, right?
Mhm.
So you just need to find out what angle that would be, and then you would say, uh, over the distance from me to the horizon, is it more than that angle? Um, and it's not. It's tiny, right? What is the angle out to the horizon? How much curve? How much curve are the globies saying there is from you to the horizon?
Well, you guys say it's 8 inches per mile square, right? Or I mean, you guys don't
Okay.
say that,
How much
but that's what it
curve
works
is
out
that?
to, right? I don't know how to work that stuff out, so you'd have to like walk me through it
Well,
and
how
help
many
me on
miles
that.
is it? How many miles to the
I,
horizon?
I think it's like it's supposed to be 3, right? Like
Okay,
3 or
let's say it's
something.
3.
Well, I don't
Then
know. It's like just tell me the accurate stuff because Because I want to go back and talk to the person that told me that stuff and be like, no, man, you need to explain it better because this doesn't like if you know if you miss this, like pretty big deal because that reflection shit, like I thought that was um pretty indicative of a level of like how level water is. But if you're saying that it doesn't have to be that that level based on the angle or whatever, I would like to have the accurate stuff on how to work that out so I can present it to the people that said that, you know?
Okay, I mean, we'd have to go through the math to get the exact stuff,
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
but
Don't worry
3
about it.
miles is a good horizon when you're down at the beach. And the circumference of the Earth is 25,000. Is it?
So I think it's like 24 something, something like that.
Yeah, it's 24,000 approximately, give or take. I'm coming up with 25,000. So about 25,000 miles is the circumference of the Earth. So 3 miles. Let me bring up the calculator again. 3 divided by 25,000 times 360 degrees for all the way around the circle. 0.4 degrees. So that curve that you're looking at, the globies say that the curve that you don't believe.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got you.
0.4 degrees.
Okay. So, okay. I got you.
So it's fucking flat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
0.4
Dude,
degrees.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, bro.
That's flat, right? 0.4 degrees is as flat as you want to be.
Okay.
It's only, if you look at the whole Earth, you start to see that it's curved, right?
Yeah. Dude, was it a peer-reviewed caption? That's hilarious. What Dumb Jezza said. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll put it up there. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You talking about the
he's talking about the captions on the thing, and dude was saying, why would you believe a meme when there's something about a textbook or whatever?
right.
But that was really funny.
That is something I did want to bring up. If you I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
I have a statement. Memes convey neither truth nor knowledge.
Disagree.
Memes are a deliberate attempt to provoke an emotional response.
Disagree. Well, a negative emotional response or just a response
An
in
emotional
general?
response, be it humor, usually humor.
Okay, yeah, okay, agree.
Could be humor, could be outrage.
Agree.
But they do not convey knowledge nor truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I disagree with that.
You think there's a meme, you've seen a meme anywhere that had knowledge or truth to it?
Yes. I mean, you're not going to like it, but yeah.
Yeah, what do you got? Show me your best meme.
1 second. You don't have to put this on stream or whatever.
I'm grossly overgeneralizing in case anyone's.
This is kind of something that you said you didn't really want to talk about, but
oh no, if it's not something I don't want to talk about, then don't include that. I won't put that.
Because pick
a flat Earth one, right? There's tons of flat Earth ones.
I don't say flat Earth memes, bro.
Okay.
Like not really. I didn't.
I mean, like the one you just shared, for example. The one you just shared.
That was from a video.
It was designed to convince people that the Earth is flat.
Okay.
But it didn't do so truthfully. Right? It did not make a fair comparison.
Okay, yeah, fair.
And there was no truth to it. It was a meme. It was a deliberate attempt to convince people.
Well, let me show you a meme that does convey truth and stuff. So let's just forget the flat.
It's not in the.
Well, it is. So don't put it up. But just for me and you.
Okay, I'll look at it and
just
interpret for the peeps.
That's objectively true.
Okay, what are we doing?
That's objectively true. And what was the other thing you said? True. And
no, it's not. This is a meme. This is a classic meme. There's no truth to that.
There is, and those are that's now a side effect.
We can't discuss it because it's one of our forbidden topics.
Just hear me out real quick. Just once, I'm not going to get you banned or anything, or anything like that. But that's objectively a side effect now. That they openly admit to. So a meme does convey that. because that's what it's
No,
conveying. Yes, it does, bro.
we can't go on that. So let's just move on. I'm not going to
Okay.
agree with you on that one. Let's
I
just.
mean, you can look it up for yourself, though.
I can, and I know the data, but we're not going there. Okay. It's not fair. It's very much like the other meme. It's very much like the other meme. Let's stick to the other meme that we saw.
Okay, but if you know the data, though, then
Let's-
you know that meme does convey truth. So that's
No, it does. It conveys truth in very much the same way that your reflection meme does. That you can show this data in such a way that this appears to be true.
bro, they list that as a side effect now. It's
No,
not. There's no data involved. That's something that they.
Let's push back.
I know. I'm sorry. It's
We're
hard to
going into stuff that I don't want to talk.
You're right. I apologize, but just from where I'm coming from, memes can do that because that objectively does to me. So
okay, and this is my point. My point is that when you have a question, there are 3 approaches. The one approach is let's find the answer. The other approach is let's defer to those who have done that work and have found the answer for us. Let's just take their answer. And the third one is to not do an honest investigation and not to defer to those who have done that honest investigation, but instead to go with our gut or to go with what our peer group says and reject the others.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I have pointed this out several times. I think that's the difference between us.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm starting to see that a lot through this because there's stuff that I should have thought about more and answered myself on that I just kind of been, taking their word for it because I'm just replacing what I thought I knew with new stuff because I've come to the conclusion that the what's it called that they're lying about it through the presentation of like the ISS and stuff like that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a huge bias there, and I want to get back to a place where I'm like doing that stuff and like thinking about it more critically instead of just like listening to it and the kind of absorbing it and then just going, well, that's the way it works, because that angle of incidence shit's fascinating that you just pointed out. That's like I haven't heard anyone say that at all, and that's pretty big, man. You just body bag that that meme.
Well, I mean, I do. I teach computer graphics, right? So reflections of light is something that we have to study. We have to look at it very closely and like say, what does the real world do? How do I make my computer do that? Right? How do I make it look real? And so, yeah, I happen to know how light bounces off of surfaces, right? And I think most people don't, right? Most people just don't know.
Yeah.
Right. But that brings us again to that same thing is there's 3 ways to go. You can do all the research to find out. You can take the word of someone who's done the research, or you can just reject all research and just go with whatever you pull out of the thin air.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's what's going on. I think that's what flat Earth is to me, is if you pull stuff out of thin air enough.
I think there's definitely an aspect to that. And because there's it gets to a point where you don't check yourself, right? And that's and it's a real shame that that Bob wouldn't have you on Globebusters, because I think that would have been really cool for you to talk about. I forget what it was you guys were disputing about, but
yeah, it was about airplanes, how airplanes work.
Yeah. Something about
and I think that was exactly that. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's not honest, right? I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah, I did. That was a real fucking shame, man. I was hoping he would have brought you on, because I was
tell me, as a flat earther yourself,
mm-hmm.
Was it, as I claim, it was outright dishonest what he was doing? What do you think?
Well, I don't have like the messages or interaction between you two from his,
Well, the public,
because
you saw the public messages where I said, "Hey, I'm here to answer any questions that you've got. Would you like to have me on?"
oh
And
yeah, yeah,
he
okay,
said
yeah. So
no. And then he started bashing me, and I said, "Well, no, that's a straw man. That's not what I said."
yeah, that was fucked.
And he didn't. He just kept on going. So I
No,
say,
no, you're
when
right.
someone says, "Hey, that's not what I said," I'm happy to answer your questions. And your answer is no, I don't want to talk to you. I want to say bad things about you. That's dishonest.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. You're right. I'm not gonna pretend like that's not what I saw happen as well. So
Oh man. I'm just
what,
reading the
what's
people
going on?
telling jokes in the chat here. Okay. So yeah, that's my thing. And I will tell you, as I did the last time, we don't know whether Don Pettit is telling the truth or not. We don't really know, right? Unless we are one of those chosen few who have done all of that research. Um, but we don't need Don Pettit to tell us the shape of the Earth. We can
No,
do it
no.
ourselves.
mm,
We can do that ourselves. And when we find that answer, then we'll know which one of these folks was telling us the truth. Was it Bob Nodell? Was Bob Nodell telling us the truth that there's a second sun in the sky that you just can't see?
Oh, you know
Um,
what? He just had that guy on too, on
did he have
Sunday,
him? Uh-huh.
and
Did they show that there's a second sun?
no, but he said that he had got some footage of it, or some additional footage, and he didn't play it or anything. But they were kind of talking about that, and he was saying, the polarized filter stuff and how it
Uh-huh.
reacts to it, and how that therefore it can't be what is it,
Right.
reflection inside of the scope or whatever. So
Hey,
I don't know.
maybe
I don't.
he's telling the truth. Maybe
Yeah.
he's
So
telling the truth and
yeah,
he's the one
yeah. I
who's
don't.
honest,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know about all that shit, and he seems like a good guy, man. But I don't know, man. I'm just I watch that stuff because it's um it's I like listening to it, because they talk about different stuff and different ways things could possibly work and stuff, and that if he filmed it or not, I mean, or how if it was a reflection in the thing, blah blah blah, like
Yeah. Yeah,
but yeah, he did
maybe
talk
he's telling
about
the
it.
truth, right? From your point of view, maybe he's right. The Earth is flat. There's a second sun. All of that.
Yeah,
Or maybe Don Pettit was telling the truth this whole time,
bro.
and you don't believe that. I know you don't believe that,
Yeah.
but we could do tests all by
Nah,
ourselves
it's not a
to
good
find
video. I
out
saw
which
it
one of them is
just
blatantly wrong. And when we do, we should pause and reevaluate everything else we've assumed about what those people have told us.
all right. Well, hold on one sec. Let's talk about the second son real quick because
Okay, you want to talk? I don't mind talking.
because Jez said that video was really good, that explaining it or whatever, and I watched it, and he didn't address the polarized filter nature of what aspect of what was done. And do you have anything to add to that, or is that an irrelevant thing, or is that
Um,
is it a point not worth addressing?
it's super not worth addressing.
So why do you think it, or like what would cause that? What would cause it to react to a polarized filter, but not the actual sun that they see?
Do
Or,
you
or
do you happen to own polarized sunglasses?
yeah, yeah, I've done it. The where you block it out and stuff, or physical
Okay.
objects or whatever. Yeah, I've
Well,
seen
I
it.
mean, do you know
There's
why
demonst-
they polarize sunglasses?
it's that blocks out more of the light rays so it doesn't hurt your eyes.
It's because it blocks reflections.
Okay.
And what is it that the globies are saying Bob is
Oh
looking at?
shit! Are you for real? That's
Yeah,
why
I'm
they.
for real.
Wait. Oh man, that's fucked. That's real bad for
So Bob
that,
has
that's
an
real
explanation for that. He says no,
that's
it can't
real.
be a reflection for reasons, and he goes into his reasons why, and they seem
Mm.
sound. It seems like maybe he's got a good point.
No,
Um,
but it filters out physical objects though, not reflections, right?
polarized light bouncing off of a reflective surface tends to be polarized,
Mhm.
and so a polarized sunglasses.
Welcome to the globe. Let's not get carried away, dude. I'm
Yeah,
not on that point
let's
yet.
definitely not get
But
carried away.
I'm not on that
Um,
point, but I'm not gonna pretend that he didn't make a good point, you know. So
Yeah. So polarized sunglasses will allow light that's aligned a particular way and not aligned the other way.
mhm,
And the idea is then that if it's coming off of a reflection, like off the surface of water or something,
mhm.
that it will be aligned in the way that the glasses block it. So you get less glare off the ground and you get less reflection off the water surfaces and car windshields and stuff, right? That's why we do it. Bob says that
No, I've seen that.
that can't
Oh, sorry.
happen inside his telescope, and he's certain that it just cannot. And his
Yeah,
his science looks plausible. It's believable. I didn't check it.
yeah.
It could be. He could be right.
Well, they were
He could be
saying that
right.
they were saying that for the reflection to appear, would have to be at a what do they call it? Brewster's angle. It has to be
Yes.
at a very
Yes. That's what he
specific
talks about.
angle. Yeah, and then you know they show an experiment of that, you know, of them producing that effect, and they're like, look how specific, you know, it has to be this exactly, and like
Yeah.
the telescope was definitely like they were just winging it, you know, like there wasn't any specific setup, like they walked up and you know, and they you know, so
Right.
I don't know.
But here's why I don't believe him. I mean, I don't believe him even enough to bother check his math
Damn,
because
respect.
it doesn't matter. Just
Okay,
put your finger in front of the telescope and find out. And he won't. And the
mm,
fact that he won't tells me everything I need to know.
gotcha.
Like
What happens when
you
you do
point the
that?
telescope at the sun, right? And you say, "Hey,
Mhm,
I see two suns."
mhm,
If I put something, and I don't think your finger will work because it'd be too far out of focus, but we call it the finger test. Put
gotcha.
something like a tree, um, a power line, something between you and the sun.
Mhm.
If you block both suns, we know it's the same sun. Done. We don't need to talk about Brewster's angle. We don't need to talk about
Oh,
any of that crap. And Bob Nodell knows it.
damn, man.
All he has to do is that, and he won't do it.
Shit.
So there you go. I don't believe him.
Fair enough, dude. Fair enough.
Yeah, dumb Jesus did not know that that's been going on for how long has he been claiming that? I think a year now. It's been since
Yeah,
his first big video on it.
they bring it up every now and well, I don't think it's been a year, but it's been probably about 8 months maybe. Or it was
Okay.
happening during the summer, I think, so
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it must have been during the summer.
or early
It's like
spring, something
six
like that.
months, 8 months,
Yeah,
something.
yeah, give or take. Interesting.
Yeah. And Wolfie has the exact same by happenstance. Wolfie has the exact same telescope, and he showed us all that you can make these things very easily. Um, and it's like, yeah. And then what did Wolfie show? He showed us what happens when you shine it through a tree, and you see that all three images have the same silhouette of the tree on them. And he showed us, sunspots and flares on the suns and how they all match exactly. And you're like, yeah, come on, guys, it's the same sun, you know. And Bob got really angry.
Unfortunate, man.
Yeah. So
It sucks that it has to be that way because, you know, there's like fuck, man, that sucks.
yeah. But there's something I said at the beginning of our conversation I want to bring up again, and that is there's a weird fuzzy spectrum between lying and just being wrong. Um, the human brain is a dark and mysterious place, where weird stuff happens, right? I mean, like, for example, you will show me a video with astronauts on wires,
Mhm.
and I will say there's no wires there. Am I lying, or do I just see it different?
You know,
Um,
I used to think that you guys were lying, but now I'm of a mindset where, like, some people just can't see it, and to you, you're not lying because you're like, "Yeah, I mean, it's fine, that checks out." So,
right.
you
So
know
I mean, I'm. We always have this debate of who's fake and who's real, right? This is a big debate: who's pretending to believe stuff and who really believes stuff. Um, I think Bob might be a flat earther. I think he's a flat earther. I'm not sure though, but I think he is.
Oh, real sorry, go ahead, finish your thought,
I
I'm
was just
sorry.
gonna say, um, I think there's something going on in his mind where, at some part of his mind, he knows that the finger test will reveal he was full of it, and that's why he won't do that test. But he somehow convinced himself that that's not an important test to do, that the polarization test is the important test.
Yeah, because they completely just, I'm not trying to, like, make fun like, flame them or anything, 'cause I watch the show, I support those guys, so I'm not trying to shit talk them. But yeah, that's pretty, if that's the way it works out, like, the finger test would just body bag it, that's fucked, man.
Well, it would body bag it the other way, right? If the finger test, if you could conclusively show that one of the suns is blocked by a silhouette of a tree branch or something, and the other sun is not, they can't be the same sun. That would body bag us Globers, right?
Right,
Uh,
right.
so why not do that?
Ah, man.
And I think he knows why not. And what I
Yeah.
don't know is it conscious? Is it at the conscious thinking level where he says, does he say to himself, gosh, I better not do that test or those globies will eat me alive? Or is it just a matter of those globies are jerks, I'm not going to do what they say, right? You could maybe
Yeah.
imagine that there's a way where he's just gonna, out of spite, not gonna do it, right? Um, and
Yeah.
but
Dude,
he fully believes what he's saying is true.
yeah. I'm gonna follow up hard on that and reach out to them about that because that's insane if it's literally that easy. 'Cause, like, I don't know shit about telescopes or anything, but when you said that, it made so much sense that it was just like, "Ah, fuck," you know? Shoulda saw that one coming. So, that's crazy, man. But also, I wanted to, tell you there was an update. Do you remember, I think we talked about this one, they did the ring gyro or laser gyro thing
Uh-huh,
or
uh-huh.
whatever, and you know how he was saying, at different elevations, it detected different, rotation speeds or whatever?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, he did say
he
that.
He, apparently he's, like, getting the footage to release that or whatever, or it was our
Oh, nice.
he said that it was, on Ranty's backup channel, and I don't, like, know that Ranty guy or anything other than what you've told me about him. But he said that when Ranty, uh, uh, and th so this could be totally nothing, so don't, this is just what I've heard, that when Ranty, went back to being a globe believer, sounds so retarded. Eh, that anyway, when he left the flat Earth community, he gave his channel to that backup channel to another flat earther, and
Uh-huh.
that's where the results are to that. Would the results of that does that interest you at all or mean anything or
Yeah,
because
I
because because
mean, I
because I don't
bugged
think
Bob about it quite a bit. I really wanted to see that data,
yeah because I don't think I
but
can't
we couldn't
um
find it. So
yeah, as I remember I asked about it, and I think Zachary Zambala, I don't know how to say his last name, Zachary Zabala, I think he linked me the video to it, but I don't remember, man, like, what I saw. I think I've seen it before, but anyway, that's forthcoming, allegedly or whatever. So
I think
if
it
it
was
comes by,
very
I'll
interesting.
if it comes by, I'll send it to you. But, I mean, he might be lying, but he says that the video already exists and
Oh,
it's on that backup channel, but I don't know what that channel is or who, or anything
right.
really.
I just
So
heard from Ranty that that channel is gone now. shut
Oh,
down, but
yeah. So
maybe somebody can get a hold of it still.
yeah, I'm sure somebody had because people download shit. Like I download a lot of
Right.
videos just because they disappear, So
I would think it was very, very interesting.
yeah,
And I offered to collaborate with Bob on it and say, hey, we could crowdfund getting us a ring laser gyro and fly around with it and like test it on planes and test it on mountains and test it all over the place and make a map of the ether wind with it, right? Or whatever it is that he thinks. Um, and he sounded like maybe he'd be into that, but no, I don't think he really is what I'm saying. I don't think he
yeah.
really wants to know.
Real shame,
Um,
man, because that would be interesting. Like, see, I was like, I'm at the point where I don't give a fuck what the shape is. Like, I just want to know like what like all the different angles to it and stuff. And, like I want to know both sides of the argument. I don't want to just be like have a bunch of flat earth
well,
shit that doesn't make sense. And it's a
if
real
you really
shame.
want to know, Alan, do that research. Don't just look at the flat earth side. You've got to, whenever the flat earth side says something and it
Yeah,
gets you riled up, you got to look at the other side too.
yeah,
You got to go and see what they're saying. Because otherwise what you're doing is not an honest investigation, right? And I'll say the same thing, right? If a Globie says some kind of debunk thing that gets me riled up, I really should go and look at what the original person actually said,
yeah,
um, right? Because
yeah,
I tend not to.
yeah. I agree, man. All right.
Um, okay, we've been on for a while. We should probably wrap it up pretty soon. Let me ask, what do you want to talk about, or what do you want to know? Earlier, you wanted to talk about Newton versus Einstein. You want to hear the difference between Newton and Einstein, or
No, not really. It was like in the heat of the moment, like when we were talking about it, but it's neither here nor there. I'm not gonna,
yeah, that's where I'm
not gonna.
coming from. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
gotcha. Okay, so let me ask you about this. There is one thing I wanted to ask you about, and to the note on your uh. Anyway, well, hold on. Let me just back up a second. I wanted to say thanks for having me on, and the way that you're conducting your channel, I think is a really positive way to do it because like I said, when you look at other people's channels, like they're like most of them just attack rather than have a conversation about it, and you make assumptions about where the person's coming from and like all that stuff. So I respect that you didn't do that and that you actually took the time to get to know what the flat earth arguments are, because most people, like I read a lot of comments in YouTube. When people want to attack flat earth, they say the most retarded shit. Like it's just like they've clearly never even talked to a flat earther. So I really respect that you've actually made the effort to. I really appreciate that, man. And secondly, there was something I do want to ask you about, because this is more on the math oriented side, and that's my big handicap there. So have you? I think we were talking about it in an email. It was that Corey Kell guy and his and the way he was measuring the angles of the sun, the military science stuff for artillery firing.
Is this the flat Earth Intel guy?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Is that is
Yeah.
that is,
Okay.
is that all, is that all gobbledygook or what?
Yeah.
Like, have you?
It's utter
Ah,
gibberish. It doesn't.
can
I
you can
mean,
you?
did you get anything out of watching that other than some guy? Here's what I got out of it. I got some guy did the research and he's reporting back to me that the earth is flat. And he gives me reasons, but does not show me the proofs of those reasons.
Well, I'm sorry.
And
Go ahead.
if I were then, that leaves me back at the same old situation. I could do the research that he claims to have done myself. I could repeat all that research and see if he's right. Or I could trust him because he says he did the research. Or I could dismiss him because I don't agree with him. And let's be honest, I just did C. I said,
Yeah,
this guy's just full of it.
fair enough.
Right?
Did you go to the website and see what he was talking about, or are you just
I
basing
did.
that off of what I said? Oh, okay.
I did go to the website. You were the second person to send it to me.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I had already seen it by the time you sent it, and I kind
Oh,
of chuckled. And then, yeah, it's
so
funny.
what's like funny about it?
Can you explain it to me?
No. Like, well, yeah,
There you go. This is
hold
my
on.
whole point, right?
Okay. Well, how much?
He didn't say anything.
But you have the mathematical capability to do that, like to understand what he's saying. And it would be cool if you know, took an actual look at it, because this guy
Okay.
seems to think he's got it down to where it's not a matter of like, you know, how we were saying like, oh, well, if the ISS isn't real, does that prove this or that? This guy's saying he's got conclusive proof based on the angles that he got.
He
So I,
does
so
say
I,
that.
so I was wondering, yeah. So I was wondering if you could like do a breakdown on that or something, because
Okay.
he's got
Super
yeah.
quick breakdown of what he did not do.
Okay.
He does not seem to think in 3 dimensions. He seems to be thinking that the 2-dimensional side view of the Earth is all you need to know. But obviously, you can't model a 3D sphere rotating on an axis in just 2 dimensions and get the answer correct. So he does not seem to have done that. And then on top of it, despite the fact that he's showing on the slide that he knows the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, he then draws a diagram where the angle to the sun is 45 degrees for some reason.
Yeah. Oh,
And that's not possible.
I think the reason he was doing that was because they say, I don't know, man. Dude, there's like 3 videos about it. Like I literally, you know, you have to, I don't know, man, because you're right about that, but he's got explanations for it because he's been on like 3 times or whatever to explain it. And I think one of the times he was on with Jaron, there was another guy too that did the presentation in CAD, and they were like walking through it, and it kind of made a lot more sense. But I haven't watched it recently to like brush up on it.
Yeah, as near as I can understand.
But hold on. But basically, there's
okay.
I was gonna say basically he's saying that between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, the sun is always 90 degrees to someone, right? And that's how he's like, that's how they're like deriving all this. And it's not necessarily the 93 million miles. It's just like it's that direct angle, you know. And then he creates the box thing. And the timing, like I didn't understand any of that shit, but you know,
exactly.
that's what dude was saying. And some other people were saying that it made sense, and that guy mapped it out in CAD, and it looked pretty reasonable. So I don't know. I just
okay. I always wonder when I see those guys. I sit there and I wonder, does he know that he's full of crap and he's just having some fun with people who are not going to check his math? Because you didn't check his math, right? The other person who sent me this video didn't check his math. I didn't check it thoroughly, but I know enough to tell you that you know this. And this is what I like about it the most. You know that when the sun sets in the globe model, it's on the other side of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So the angle to the sun is less than 45 degrees because it's behind you.
It's like visualizing. Okay,
on the globe model, it goes all the way around. So here he is trying to say that on the globe model, it can't go below 45 degrees. And I'm like, does anybody buy this?
No. Not that it goes below, that it goes higher than 45. Or it goes over 45.
Well, it goes all the way around. Right? We all know it goes all the way around. So there's no angle it can't go to.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay,
right?
fair enough.
I mean,
I guess
so anybody who comes and says, "Oh, it can't go below or can't go above," or I don't understand why anyone would even listen to them. And yet, many of the flat Earth community do listen to him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know how to figure that out, you know. I guess because I don't.
Well, but here's the deal: you don't know how to figure it out, and I dig that. You don't have to know, but you know enough to know that in the globe model, It goes all the way around.
Yeah.
So when a guy comes to you and says, yeah, but in the globe model, it can't go, is it above 45 or can't go below 45?
Can't go above 45, and it's based on, oh, okay, wait, so what, hold on. It has to do, that was what had to do with the timing thing. About measuring it at certain times because it's 15 degrees an hour or
Oh,
whatever.
okay. Yeah, I caught that one.
So
I did
so
catch that one.
so that was what he was saying of how he, quote unquote, added accountability into it because and he
Right.
was talking about how that was from the military science side of what he was doing, and then that's how it got into the artillery
Okay.
stuff and weapon systems, and so does the would it would have to be within a certain amount of time. It can't be over 45. I think
Okay.
that's what it was.
Right.
So does that make any more sense to it, or is it
Yes,
still
yes, it
gobbledygook?
does. It does. And I remember watching that. We're talking about flat Earth Intel. Michael Olson is asking.
Oh, okay.
Right. We all know that the globe model says the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour. And that means in 3 hours, it should move 45 degrees.
Yeah, that's the
And
kind of
then
math
he
I can
goes and he
do right
says, yeah,
there.
but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. He says it doesn't. Therefore, I'm right. And that's where I was saying he didn't measure in 3 dimensions. He measured on one axis. And no, it doesn't move 15 degrees on a single axis. It moves 15 degrees in the way that it moves. So if you measure it in 3D, and many people have done so, yeah, it does move at 15 degrees per hour. It does.
And so if it ever went faster than that, what would that mean for you?
If it was substantially faster than that, then yeah, it would mean the model isn't correct.
Like if it came out to like 55 degrees, because I think the
Oh yeah.
highest one, I think the
Then you're
highest
like,
one is,
what?
I think the highest one you said was 55. I think maybe you should take a second and look at it, man,
But
or like do a
no, that's
video
because he
on
didn't
it.
measure it in 3D.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're saying that. Okay.
He measured one of the angles, right? I mean, I could try to do like the pointing thing. I mean, if you see it in 3D, when you go like this,
Mhm.
right? I'm going up and down, but I'm also going side to side, right? So which angle are we talking? Are we talking the side to side angle or the up and down angle? And why would you think that either one of those individually was the whole angle?
Mm.
The angle is neither up and down nor side to side. It's around in a circle. And you're just cocked at an angle so that it goes like this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to him and ask him about that because I don't know enough to have that perspective to ask that. But yeah, that's interesting because that's an interest that So anyway, I'll get back to you on what he says because he gave the impression that he was super open to uh talk to people and answer questions and stuff. So hopefully he comes through on that because that would be interesting because he might have
Okay.
accounted for that somehow and I just missed it or something.
Yeah, maybe he's super got it accounted for.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of something called an equatorial mount on a telescope?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know how fast the equatorial mount moves?
50 is it 15 degrees per hour?
It is 15 degrees per hour. Well, actually, there's multiple settings, whether you want to track the sun, the moon, or the stars,
Mhm.
because they all have a very slight difference in the rate, right? So, but it's approximately 15 degrees per hour for all three.
Mhm.
So if the sun did not move at 15 degrees per hour everywhere on the Earth, equatorial mounts would not work.
Mm. Interesting.
But they
Yeah,
do.
that's a good an
So,
equatorial.
so you
I've actually
know
heard I've
that
actually
it moves
heard
15 degrees per hour.
yeah, I've actually heard them talk about the equatorial mounts and how they work and stuff. I can't remember specifically what they say about it, but I'll have to look into that as well.
Just add a reference. Michael Olson wants me to add a reference in the description or pin after the stream. What reference? I just need the reference.
Oh, to the flat Earth Intel thing?
To the Flat Earth. You mean flat Earth intel? Is that what you're asking for, Michael?
Yeah, that would be cool to have someone model it that isn't a flat
I,
earther.
I could do that. And also, I'll say that Bob the Science Guy is doing a series on him right now.
On the flat Earth Intel guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, what was the guy's name you said? That's doing the
Bob the
series?
Science Guy, probably on Research Flat Moon. His channel is called Research Flat Moon. I'll type here.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, I don't know about all that, man. I'd rather take your word for it, bro.
But
I
yeah,
don't know. I don't know about that guy.
yeah. Again, let me remind you, Bob is nice. But this is Research Flat Moon. He doesn't swear. He doesn't call people names.
Research flat moon.
But he's an anti-flat earther, and so the bias is real strong to hate him.
Do you know if Bob the Science Guy has any videos up already about that? Because I'm super
He's got
interested in
one.
that.
He's got one up already.
You know
The intro. Yeah.
the title of it?
No, I don't.
Oh, shit.
But,
I'll take a look
yeah,
for it.
if you really want, maybe I'll try and find some time to show you. But I don't think I need to, because you know about equatorial mounts. So if anybody tells you the sun doesn't move at 15 degrees per hour, your response ought to be, but equatorial mounts work. How is that? What's going on? Right?
One sec, different angles.
So if you could explain to me that an equatorial mount will not track the sun, that would be a revelation. I think all of the amateur astronomers all over the world would suddenly be quite shocked.
For sure, dude. That's crazy. If he came on just to lie, that's nuts.
Well, I don't know. I'm always very curious about it. I see two scenarios. One is he's trolling hard. He thinks it's funny as hell that people will buy anything that he shovels because they just want to accept it.
I usually get. I mean, you can usually get a vibe from those kind of people. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't get that vibe from him. He seems genuinely honest and open about it. So it didn't strike me as like someone that was trying to, troll everyone. But yeah, I don't know.
The other possibility,
It's hard to say.
The other possibility is that he's convinced that he's found something, and he's just wrong. But he's so focused on the joy of his discovery that he can't bring himself to just sit down with somebody who says something like, "What about an equatorial mount?" He can't. There's no room in his brain to accept that an equatorial mount exists and works, and he's in some way he's still being honest because he doesn't accept the equatorial mount, and he won't and can't for some reason. I think that the human brain has space to do that. There's room to do that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'm gonna see what he says. I'm gonna reach out and see what he says about it. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, ask him about that. See if he has an answer for you. Because it seems to me that's the end of the conversation. We don't need to do simulations. We don't need to do the math. We can just say equatorial mounts work. So whatever you want to say, the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour. Right?
Yeah.
We have to at least accept that. And then, then we can argue about what that means, right? We can still have the discussion about, does that mean it's flat? Does that mean it's curved? We ought to at least agree that it moves at that rate, because it kind of does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for talking about that, because that was something that I was really interested in. I always get super interested when someone brings in a bunch of math to it that I don't understand, because it's like, because I know other people that do understand it would be able to debunk it, but I'm kind of trusting just people that have that bias to it as well, So it's good to talk to other people, and dude, let me tell you this, man. I feel like that they don't want, they, whoever they are, don't want, people like us coming together and just talking about shit and like going, oh yeah, it doesn't work, just because the divisiveness of flat Earth, is pretty with the how I feel about the divide and conquer strategy. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
fucking I mean, if you tell someone you're a flat earther, they almost immediately call you a retard. It's almost
Yeah.
immediately divisive. So
Yeah.
it's so
Absolutely.
it's so it's so it's definitely a hot subject. And just thinking about no, let's not go that far. All right. but
Yeah. It's a divisive subject.
Yeah.
And that is why I find it so compelling, because I don't think it's the only divisive subject in our lives today. I,
No,
right?
everything is
But
pretty
it's
much.
a
I mean, do you
safe
like Coke?
one.
Do you
It's
like
one
Coke or
I'm willing
Pepsi?
to
Right?
talk about
Tell me
because no
right now,
one's
or I'm
getting
not your
hurt.
friend.
Right? No one's getting
Right.
hurt with the flat Earth thing for the most part. So we could talk about it.
Yeah.
Right. And I do think that there's some deep insights that we can learn by talking about how you and I see things differently, and then saying, well, that's also how we see these other things, the things I don't want to talk about, right? We approach them the same way, right? When somebody says, I found out this thing, or gravity, how does gravity work? Well, let's find out. Let's find out how that works. And as opposed to, let's get really upset about something somebody told me that I don't actually know if it's correct or not. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on. And I have this theory that that I think maybe it's backwards. That it's not that somebody told you the earth was flat and you believed it and now you're angry. I think maybe you lost trust from something that happened earlier in your journey. And when you lost the trust, you started rebelling against that mainstream, that, right?
Yeah. I mean, when fuck. Since we, I mean, there's other things. Okay, so might be wrong about some stuff about the flat earth and stuff or whatever, but there's other things that are admitted to that are a complete that were a complete lie to commit atrocities, and
That's true.
and 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 so where I used to be, where it's like just defer to the scientists, they'll figure it out. I went on a personal journey. I think a lot of people in the flat earth, that's how they got there, is they go on
Yeah.
that journey. They're like, that's no longer suffices to turn to the authority, because that's all those people turned to the authority, and now they died for something that they didn't even realize was you know
Right.
so
Yeah, I
um
think that's how it happens. I think
so
that
so
you just described exactly how it happens. You go on that journey, you discover the atrocity, and you go the other way. You rebound off of them, off of like trust in science,
yeah.
right? You go to distrust of science. So anything that science says must be wrong. It's like what is the
Yeah.
rebound effect?
Yeah. And then, so I guess just one more thing I wanted to ask you about is, and if you don't want to answer, on air or whatever, that's fine. But what specific? Because I asked you what conspiracies have you looked into yourself? What specifically have you looked into? And then, like, you want to talk about that, or because you said,
Okay,
you
a little bit. Let's see. What was the first conspiracy I ever really dug into? Um, I looked into JFK,
what
that
did
thing.
okay, what
I
did
think a lot of
you
a lot of people were very interested in the JFK thing. It's a big common conspiracy.
what was your conclusion on that investigation? The
My conclusion was that, oh my God, there's a lot of really hokey stuff here. But the best available information we have is it's exactly like the Warren Commission said.
hmm,
That doesn't mean that they are right. It just means that's the best evidence we actually have. And everything else that we have is speculation and wacky stuff that just doesn't fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
See, yeah,
pieces of
because
the puzzle. It's
dude,
like we have a puzzle and we're like, I think it's a picture of a horse,
yeah,
but
there's so many
but
different
there's like a
avenues you could
bunch of
go
pieces
down
that don't fit.
for that one. Yeah.
Does that mean it's a picture of a cow? No, I mean it could be a cow, but I think it's a horse.
Yeah. I think whatever happened was constructed in such a way that it allows for multiple conspiracies within conspiracies. Because I don't know like how deep you went on that. Do you know about Zebroider or anything like that, or Freemasonry and like yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Some
know
guys
about
that
that?
says MK Ultra, Tuskegee, lots of mess up government stuff that is real.
Yeah.
I never really researched those, but they're
Oh,
public.
bro.
They're acknowledged, right? They're
Yeah,
real.
they're in the MK Ultra stuff is insane, bro. The shit that they
Yeah,
allege that they can do and stuff like that. And the Stigi stuff is insane, bro. I don't know if
it's
you've looked at
insane.
that, but that shit's nuts. I mean, absolutely insane. And then
Mhm.
we should probably talk about something else.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that stuff too deeply because
Yeah,
it's deeply
too deep.
disturbing.
But yeah, it's it's
Let's
it's
just
it's
use it
insane.
to agree that there
Yeah.
are government conspiracies where our government has committed atrocities.
Yeah.
That I am not saying that's not true. It is
And
true.
And I would take it a step further and say it's not even just the quote unquote government. I would say there's a level, above that, a financial interest or whatever, some sort of
I don't know if I
could
would
be,
call it above
be,
it, but I would say
yeah. Oh, bro. Oh,
finances
bro.
have also
Bro, do you
done
think, bro?
like,
Do you think Joe Biden like does things and like writes stuff down? Like, there's a
well,
0% chance, bro. It's all illusion. It's all it's all for show.
right,
There
right. I know
absolutely
I know you think
no.
that, because you've completely embraced at this point.
Yeah, I
You've
mean,
gone
it's
from
true.
there are real conspiracies. You've gone all the way to everything's a conspiracy.
Well, when I you can read books where they brag about it. I mean, so it's like, like is it a conspiracy? They brag about how it's a show. They brag about how they've constructed systems to keep people enslaved. Like, so slavery has been around since as long as the first two people, though the first guy that didn't want to do some shit and was like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna threaten this guy. There's been slaves since forever, right? And the idea that we've, ended slavery and all that shit, dog, that's such a trick. They've been managing
Um,
people and systems for generations, bro.
yeah, I think you're losing me
Yeah, I
with
feel you. It's
that.
all
You're
it's all
going
good.
you're
All
going
good.
like off the deep end with that.
All good. All good.
Right? So I'm going to agree that Tuskegee was epic, unbelievable. Let's don't go there. But we're still slaves. Come on, man. I get
Yeah.
paid for what I do. And
You
by
get paid
definition, that
you
means
get
I'm not a
paid
slave.
you get paid in fiat currency though, which is a system constructed to keep people in a state of debt. And
Right.
it can never
That is
be repaid. So like you're I
that
mean
is
you're
not.
I mean
You
you're
should at
quote
least
unquote
look up what slavery means.
were you okay,
That's not it, right? That's
were,
not what
were,
that means. That word does not mean that.
were you did you feel that you were free to take a medical procedure
Let,
recently?
let's
Like
let's
like how
let's
free
just
are we, bro? Like cuz there's elements to it. No,
there's limits to how free
I
we are.
dude,
There's limits.
exactly, and there shouldn't be
No, 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 no. There
on so
should be limits.
no,
I don't want you to come to my house and stab me. There should be a
no,
limit.
no, and I no,
My
but if I
government should
but
protect me from that.
no, you should
Okay.
protect yourself from that. If someone comes to your house, you fucking smoke them, bro.
All right.
That's all.
Okay.
No one's
So
gonna.
no, I don't
No
agree.
one's. You
I
don't agree
don't
that you
agree
should be
with
able to
the
defend
anarchy
yourself.
model.
That's not an anarchy model, man. That's just basic shit. Like if someone who's gonna. I live in a rural area. If
Let's
someone
let's stick to. We're
who
going far off the mark at this point.
well, hold on a sec.
Okay.
I don't mean to get far off the mark because I find this part of society really interesting where people have a different opinion on that kind of stuff. And if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But I just wanted to if you don't if you don't um yeah, so anyway, I'm interested in how you view it, and I'm trying not to, say anything too conspiratorial or anything, but I'm saying like I think it's fascinating that you don't think that you should have the personal responsibility to protect yourself. because that's how people become slaves. You're
No,
now a slave to
no,
the
I
person
don't. I
that's going to
don't think
protect you,
so.
bro.
I don't
Absolutely.
think
Have
that
you ever
that's
been to
how
prison?
people become slaves. No.
Have you ever been to prison? If you can't protect yourself, somebody else will protect you, but it's going to cost you something. And it's you're
Sure. That's
so
division of labor. That's how humans have succeeded,
right.
right? We're not solitary animals. We are social animals. The reason we have risen to dominate the earth is because of our groups that we form. The groups that we form allow us to have one person farm and another person make clothing and another person build farm instruments and another person raises horses. And that's how we're successful. That's how we rose from not being apes anymore, right?
Fair point, but I would say to that, when you
If you take a human out of society completely, that's harsh. You're back to Stone Age, right? You have to build your own tools, sharpen your own sticks, try to stab something to eat, right?
okay,
The reason humans don't have to do that is because we agreed to work together as a group, and that means we don't stab each other.
Yeah. So
Right?
yeah, psycho muffin SDM. So in California, where someone breaks into your business and steals from you, and the police don't arrest them and don't even give them a citation, uh, like your taxes and stuff are like they don't mean anything. It's all illusionary
If that were true,
to keep you in a state. It is true, bro. You can look up the stuff that, bro. What do you
if
mean if
that
it
were
is
true,
true? It
you'd have a
is,
point. But once again, you don't.
bro.
You have a very different view than most of us do.
So
Right?
the
Most
fleeing
of us,
business owners that are tired of homeless people shitting in front of their business and stealing from them are fleeing California because it's not true. Like that's absolutely true. And
okay, let me just challenge your
okay, go ahead.
statement
No, go ahead.
with factual evidence.
Okay.
Is the population of California shrinking? That should be factually available piece of information.
I haven't looked into it, but I mean if
Do you
it's
think
shrinking
it
or
is?
not.
Because
I
people are fleeing from California?
Bro, I don't know if we can even accurately say how many people are in California because of illegal people sneaking in and shit. So I don't exactly know how all I know is a lot of business people are fucking leaving, bro. Because the police aren't
Right.
protecting them.
Let, let me let me
That guy's hold on.
rephrase.
That guy's point was the police are there to protect them, but they're not, and people are leaving. So whether or
Let
not
me
more people,
rephrase what you said
okay,
with a little bit more truth to it. You have heard from people that many people are leaving. You don't actually know how many people are leaving.
don't have an exact figure, no.
You don't. You don't know. Um, because the answer to the question is California is still increasing in its population because more come than leave.
And a lot of those
So,
people are coming there to shit in the street and steal from people, though.
and
So
it's a problem.
and
Homelessness
California
is
has
a
really nice
problem.
weather too, so people are always gonna come there regardless
Right.
of the shitting or not. But that guy saying that taxes and the police are there to protect you and stuff, that's
And
good
there
luck,
are
man.
people
Good
who
luck.
say the police will not protect us. There are people
They
who
won't.
say that. Yes.
Have you ever seen First Amendment audits? They're not there to protect you, bro. Like
Okay.
they're there. I
Let's
mean,
let's
yeah, we're getting off topic. I'm sorry,
we're
man. We're that's
super way off
yeah,
topic. But I
yeah.
think
Gotcha.
where we should come back to is that you see the world through a lens of you do not trust, do not like our social systems. Is that right? Is that fair?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Say that again. I was reading that guy's comment.
You do
Sorry.
not like, you do not trust our social systems that we have, our
I don't
governments,
I
our
don't
police
trust
systems,
yeah, I
our
don't trust what's been
schools.
established.
You don't like that stuff.
No, because it infringes on us under the illusion that it's there for our protection and that they're doing good and stuff.
And
And
in
it
a conversation where we're here to talk about
yeah.
space and vacuums,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. This was something that I was
where we
personally interested in.
inevitably landed
Yeah.
is homelessness people and the police don't protect us. Okay. So I do not think those are disconnected. This is my entire hypothesis at this point, is that those are tightly woven together. That if you have a mentality like yours, that's where flat Earth comes from. And if you have a mentality like mine, flat Earth would seem like complete nonsense.
Yeah, I could see where you're. I could see that.
Yeah, and where I go to the next step is, because we inevitably land at this point in the conversation, that's what's really important to you. That's what it's really about. It's not about that the vacuum of space will suck our air out, because when we talked about it, let's rewind for folks from 3 hours ago. We talked about it. You didn't actually have a reason why the vacuum would suck the air out. You had nothing. So that wasn't really what it was about. It was really about this other stuff.
Well, I thought I had an understanding on that I didn't.
Well, that's what I mean, is because when
Okay.
someone told you that, you accepted it because they were part of your group.
Fair.
And you formed that group not because of vacuums, because you didn't go into this saying, yeah, vacuums have to, it must be a container. You went into it saying, our society sucks.
Wait, did I go in saying that?
I think so.
At the beginning?
You went in, you started with
that
society sucks and landed at flat Earth.
Oh, no, yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. I was misunderstanding what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean tonight you didn't start there.
Yeah, got you.
I mean, in your personal journey, you started with society sucks and landed at the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say really. I don't know how to express it, man. I wouldn't even say really that society sucks. I would say that people have been, have been herded into, no, I'm sorry, not herded. Society, they've been socially engineered to accept stuff that is really bad, and not have the ability to, think for themselves and stuff. And I think to that point, so I didn't know about, I didn't have a good grasp on the vacuum thing, but most people don't understand the heliocentric model either. So, I think that's an intentional result of 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 how we're managed with this divide and conquer strategy. We're kept in this state where, it's not, this is the outcome of it.
I would say that I agree with you, only I would say it in a slightly different way. I would say humans could not be successful unless we divide our labor. That's the only way we can succeed. We aren't big. We don't have claws. We don't have fangs. We're not that fast.
Not that I don't. Hold on a second. Not that I fully under. Yeah, got you.
Right? We're not super predators, but we are the top predator on the planet, and that's because we cooperate.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, I got you.
And that's just what you said. Is I don't have to know everything. Right? I don't need to know everything because I live in a society where there's somebody else near me who does know that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to understand more things.
Exactly. You're trying to get away from it. You like to go back to the Stone Age?
I would like to be in a position where I knew how to do shit and figure shit out and build things. Yeah, of course.
Well, sure.
dude,
I mean, you're going to learn surgery and are you going to learn dentistry? Are you going to learn to sew? Where are you going to draw the line?
I mean, I'd definitely be down to learn to sew. That's a useful skill.
Sure.
But
you can't learn it all. If you tried to learn everything, you don't have enough time in a human lifespan to learn everything.
Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying. You're right.
The way we succeed is many of us spend 20 years plus learning something, right? We learn the basics and then Some of us will learn, specialize, like the doctors will specialize for 8 years extra to learn this. If we all did that, that's 8 years for each of us. And then what? What are we going to do next? We're going to learn farming, and we're going to learn hunting, and we're going to learn every other thing, right? There's just not enough time in a human lifespan to learn all that. So what we do is we say, okay, I'm going to learn dentistry. You learn surgery. Somebody else learns farming. You learn to work on engines. You learn to mine materials, right? And then we'll get together, and together we can build something. We can accomplish something that we just could not as individuals.
Yeah, I feel you, man. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just you're right.
And so I think that's what
You're
flat
right.
Earth is. Flat Earth is saying, yeah, no. Is they saying, yeah, no, we're not doing that. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't get it.
Yeah. I just think if you are too complacent with that stuff, you'll end up falling for one of those things that we can't talk about.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's
that's true.
and
There's bad stuff. And that's where fraudsters and liars dwell, right?
yeah.
People are out there that will prey on the fact that we don't know everything. Like, how many times have you just been to
And
the
they'll
car
and the
mechanic and they cheated you, right?
yeah. Right. And yeah, well, yeah, they'll use that status to push agendas and change social behavior and basically social engineer people. I mean, I know, fuck, it
Okay,
sucks. It sucks we can't talk.
maybe,
I mean, it's not really a
maybe they do,
maybe.
but you've got no evidence, right? You just are speculating.
I could see it happen in my life with all the people that had to, do a thing that they didn't want to do because they got, threatened.
Yeah,
So,
but that's part. Yeah, that
oh,
is part of the program. The
I mean, that's,
society
I
will
mean that
threaten
that's fucked,
individuals
bro.
who don't want to do something into doing what the society wants. That's how it works. Yeah, that's true.
But so let me ask you this, dude. What society, didn't just decide that they wanted people to do that. That came down from, from an agenda point of view. Like that came down from,
No,
yes, it did. Dog,
no.
dude,
See,
bro.
you imagine that there's a they that isn't part of society.
There is though.
There's
And
a
they write
they,
and
but
they
they're
and they write
part
and they
of
write and they write
society.
book and they write books about it.
There is no they that is not also us.
I see what you're saying, but also no. They are and they write books bragging about how they're not. So if
Maybe
you
you oughtn't to read those books,
I mean,
right?
I've read excerpts from them. I haven't read the whole
Maybe
things,
you
but I
shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe you're reading a lot of really negative stuff. I don't know. If I was the evil they, I
mhm.
sure as hell wouldn't write a book about it. Right? Come on. Right?
I see what you're saying, but there's aspects to that that you haven't, looked into or heard about.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. We all see things through our own experiences. I acknowledge absolutely that you know stuff about this that I do not.
Yeah.
Right. Um, Bottom line, it doesn't make the Earth flat.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think it makes it a fucking ball either, man. Like I don't know where we live.
Right, but the answers are there. Um, the answers are there for you. It's not, and this is my main point. Is over and over I've asked you what you've done to look into that, and every time it's been nothing.
Just watch the videos, yeah. I mean,
I
you're right.
watched videos from people I consider to be in my group.
You're right. You're right.
That's What if they're being led by a liar?
That's
You agree
exact
that there's
that's it.
liars who are
That,
trying to hurt us in particular ways,
that's
and if
why
we
I'm on
don't,
this journey, man, to get a better understanding on that stuff so I could better discern it for myself.
so just find one. Just find one thing. Just one thing that you could test by yourself and know for positive fact who is the liar. And then you'll know. I've done this. I've done this over and over. It's not hard. I got news for you. You're not on the right side.
I don't know, man. I feel like you've been given answers and assumptions, and then you've like breadcrumbs, and you figured out, or you've applied, the math that you've learned, and it checked out based on how this stuff,
Yeah.
based on assumptions and givens to fit a model, right? So I don't believe that just because your math checks out and the angles are right, that it's necessarily something that I would be able to say, yeah, okay, definitely a curve, because if it's,
Yeah,
it just
and
doesn't make sense
that's
to me,
where we
man.
end up because you don't want it to be true.
It's not
You're
that
not
I don't.
willing to accept that.
It's
You're
not
not
that I
willing to
don't.
accept that a
Okay.
mathematical model is accurate. That means nothing to you.
Not that it can't be accurate, because you can construct it to be accurate to whatever you want. And they've had a
Right.
lot of time to work on it and change it and add things and fix things. And you might not see them as a hot fix or a patch into something, but that's more or less the way it seems. Whenever they get something wrong, they're just like, oh yeah, well, dark matter, or like that kind of shit. So
But that's
so
just it.
you'll always have the numbers to confirm what you want, right? Yes or
No,
no? Yes.
no, false.
Okay.
100%, 180 degrees wrong.
You're measuring with givens though, right?
We measure what's given.
You measure
Yes.
with what? You measure with what you're told about Einstein and Newton
No,
and all that,
no,
right?
no, no, wrong.
Okay.
It's just plain false. I measure with my own measuring devices and I verify that the things that they say are correct. Check that thing is correct, and then I move forward. On the other hand, you say, yeah, you measured it, but I still don't believe it.
That's more or less what I'm saying, but I feel like you're mm,
I'm like,
fair.
well, dude,
Hold
I
on.
can't help you
I,
then, right? I
yeah, no,
mean,
I got you. I got you. Fair,
uh, I'm
fair
looking at
enough.
the sky. The sky is blue. You want to tell me the sky is green? I'm like, um, it's blue, and you say, yeah, I just read in the book that it's blue, but I believe it's green. I go, well, the book does say it's blue, but I'm looking with my own eyes, and it's blue. I took a picture of it. Here's a picture. You can see that it's
Yeah,
blue, and you're going to tell me it's still green. So
yeah.
I don't, right?
I don't feel like that's a good comparison, but I see what you're saying, and from your
Well,
point of
what
view,
I'm saying is,
I get it.
I measure a thing. And you tell me my measurement's not good. I calculate a thing with a math formula, and you say, well, the math formula is not good. What would it? There's two questions that really nail this for me. Hey, Gleam. No, the sun is not yellow. There's two questions that really nail this for me. One, what could possibly falsify for you the idea that the earth is flat? And then the other one is, what would you accept as confirmation that the roundness is correct?
I really don't know, to be honest with you, man. And I'm sure you've heard this argument before about the Edwin Hubble quotes about the no observable blah 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 can determine the blah blah blah, and therefore we must assume that it's that it's not the center, that the Earth isn't the center of the universe, like that kind of shit. So I don't know that there even is a thing that could be proven to me. Like if it makes sense to you, then like yeah, okay, we live on a globe, dude. But I don't know that there is anything that that could disprove it optically like that, just based
It
on the
doesn't have to
fact.
be optically. Anything that could disprove flat Earth for you. Anything that's falsifiable. Anything at all is.
I really don't know, man. I don't think I'm not smart enough to fucking to to do that, because I just don't think that there is anything that could show me that, unless I saw the Earth in its entirety or something, or actually went to space myself. You know, because
Right.
because the only thing, and I'll stick to this, is like you say water curves around the ball and stuff, and I say, water always finds its level, and
Mhm.
that's not possible. So that, for me, that the biggest thing, if you could show me water sticking to a ball like that and having, producing just any sort of thing like that, that would pretty much shatter it, because for me, the water level makes so much sense that I understand that a lot, like
Oh,
that's you know
right. But let's be honest. You're in meme land right now.
I'm sorry, what?
You're in meme land. You're not in truth land. You're in meme land. Show me
Well, can
water sticking to a
well,
ball.
no,
Nobody says water sticks to a ball, dude. Nobody says
listen,
that. And you
listen.
know they
I
don't.
don't I don't mean to be in meme land, but they do say that, right? Because we
No, they
live on
don't.
a sphere,
No.
right?
Nobody
So,
says water
okay,
sticks to a ball.
not that
Nobody
it
says
okay. So let me rephrase that: we live on a sphere, and there's water inside of it that isn't just falling off, right? Because there's a bottom side to this, to the globe, right?
that. Sure.
That would be upside down relative to someone on the top side of it, right?
Of course.
And for water to get to that bottom part, it would have to go along a curve, right? To a point to where
Sure.
it finally meets at the bottom, right? And it's
Right.
still being upheld, like that is where I can't that's a big one for me.
You can't imagine gravity pulling inward. You can only imagine gravity pushing straight down.
No, because I don't have the same concept of gravity that you do, and it just I just don't, man.
Well, I
And that
mean, we have the same concept that you drop a pin, it falls.
right.
But to
But
you,
you're
it always falls down.
but you're saying that it holds water in such a way that it's level, from any point that you're standing on to observe, right? Like out to 3 miles, it's pretty flat, as we went over with the angle of incidence or whatever. So it's perpetually in this state of, flatness no matter where we're at. And
Okay.
when we talked once, or when we talked once before, we were talking about the laser observations and stuff over water and stuff. And
Yep.
oh fuck, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. It just
Laser over
oh,
water.
oh, no, yeah, you were saying that that the curvature is apparent, right? That there's no
Absolutely.
physical. So
Well, no,
that's
I didn't say there's no physical.
well, you said
I said
that
what we
you
see is, of course, optical.
right. Okay, so I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Would it be fair to say that you don't think that you can see the physical horizon based on uh like 3 miles out or whatever, like what you're seeing would be an apparent horizon? So
I
the
see
fact that
light. I
so the
see
fact
light.
the fact that we never see any physical curvature is a big one for me, but mostly the
Again,
water.
that's the same thing we keep coming back to.
Yeah,
Um, you see light, don't you?
yeah,
So if the light can't curve as fast as the surface it's passing over, will you not see a horizon? I mean, you understand that, right?
no, say it again.
Okay. If the light is moving perfectly straight,
Okay,
but the ground is curved,
gotcha.
we'll get a horizon. Agreed?
Yeah,
Okay. If the light is curving, not as much as the ground, but it is curving, will we still get a horizon?
yes.
Why is that a conflict? What we agree.
um
Is it because you don't want to talk about what causes the horizon?
it's not that I don't want to talk about it. I mean, tell me what. I mean, let's work through it, man. Like I'm
That's
here
what
to
causes the horizon.
I mean, okay, but back to so then back okay, so back to the water thing then.
Okay.
I can't conceptualize that bending around a sphere and then being held up from the bottom, like that shit just like that's where it goes over me, over my ability to accept that. And I
Okay, but do
so
you understand that the evidence says that that's what happens?
I mean, but you can't. There's no way to show that though. There's just like, what evidence do you have that water acts like that on a sphere?
Well, what if I
Aside,
were to carefully measure using light? I would carefully measure the angle from my. I'll use a plumb bob, right? I'll use a plumb bob to get what is vertical to me,
mm-hmm,
and then I will carefully measure the angle to some water. All right.
mm-hmm.
And then I will carefully measure the angle to some water farther away. Could I not then see whether it appears to be? No, we're not going to say this is proof. We're going to say this is evidence. Could I not then say, gosh, it appears that that water is curved?
Oh, yeah. One sec. It's
I
there
could
there
say that, right?
yeah.
And that's what happens when we do that test. And you're aware that that's what happens when we do that test. So the water appears to curve. And then you come to me and you say, you know that this is the thing that just blows my mind. It blows my mind. You know that the water looks like it's curved.
It
And
looks
then you
flat
ask me to
though.
show you curved water.
It looks flat, and it's flat enough.
It looks flat until you measure it, and then it looks curved. Agreed?
Around a ball though, man. Like I still can't,
Okay,
man.
just set the ball aside. When like surveyors survey across like a 3-mile lake, do they not measure a drop?
All right, I'll just reply to him. Say that again. My bad.
Okay, let's say we have a surveyor. He's going to go
Mhm.
out and he's going to do. Have you heard of reciprocal zenith observations?
Haven't heard of it.
Okay, that's where you take a plumb bob at one side of the lake, you take a plumb bob at the other side of the lake, and then you look straight across 90 degrees from vertical at each other.
Mm-hmm.
If the earth is flat, you're looking at each other. If the earth is curved, you're looking over each other. Right?
Hang on. What do you mean looking over each other? You mean because of the angle of the curve you're standing on? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah. I mean, if we're on a flat, then all ups are the same. So
Mhm.
the up vectors are parallel.
Oh, okay, got you.
So the horizontals are parallel. So we're looking
Okay.
right at each other. But if it's curved, if the water is curved, then these up vectors tilt away from each other just a little bit. So when we look at each other, we're looking like this. Right? And you're aware that we do that, right?
No. I
Okay. Okay. But
No.
how about this one? Are you aware that a surveyor can set up a survey rig and measure the dip angle from horizontal, how far down to the shore of the lake?
Okay.
And they can use that to say how far below horizontal is it? Right? Have you seen that?
No, but I can kind of picture what you're saying though.
Okay. I'm stunned that you don't know that this is regularly done. It is regularly done. And guess what? The water is curved.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that, man. What I don't know. I genuinely have not heard about that. What was
Okay.
it called again? I'm gonna write it down.
Surveying. Look up the main surveyor.
No,
He did it
no,
for us. Bob the
no,
science guy did it in his backyard.
no, over long bodies of water in his back. Like
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking
sure.
about. I'm not what?
Yeah, yeah. Those are both over bodies of water. You get refraction, so it's you know It's not the same as without refraction, but it looks curved, right? This is the bottom line. The bottom line is, you asked me, show me water that looks curved.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't heard of that, so
All
I'm
water
gonna
looks curved.
well,
All water looks curved.
I'll check into that because it looks flat as fuck.
Well, it's a tiny curve, you understand, right?
So it's just this perpetually kind of curve that's always flat. Like that's
tiny curve. Is that
it's
so
a tiny
mind-blowing that
because it's a tiny curve that goes on forever that appears flat until you quote unquote measure it, and then
well,
dude, I appreciate what you're trying to do, man, and I'm not trying to disrespect you or anything, but I can't see water out in the ocean that's wrapped around a giant curve and then it hooks back around to the bottom of the ball and it's all still there. Like I can't, man. Like that's where you lose me, and I don't think you're gonna be able to explain that to
no,
me. And
I don't think I can. I think
and I
you're
appreciate
deeply
that.
invested. I think you're deeply invested in the idea that it's false.
I mean, I can't
if you dig
conceptualize
back,
it, man.
if you dig back to when you were 10 years old, you believed it.
Only because somebody told me and I never questioned it, and now I'm trying to question it, and
Well,
the
it didn't
answers aren't
occur to
making
you to
sense to me.
question it when you were 10. It
No,
seemed perfectly normal at the time.
no, because an authoritative source told me about it.
And it seemed perfectly normal at the time.
No, it didn't seem like anything at the time. Like
Okay.
it just seemed like something we were supposed to learn. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like no one ever, like we didn't, like in school we didn't go out and like do that. Like we were in a classroom and some person said some shit, and that was all, and that was all we got. So, and you're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never. Middle group. You were in that group that's just like, okay, dude said.
So I've never questioned it myself, and that's what I'm trying to do now, man. And maybe, and then maybe when I look into what you were just talking about, what was the other thing you said before the surveying thing? You said something.
Reciprocal zenith.
That's the one.
Reciprocal. Let me just type it here. Reciprocal zenith is the. I'll put them there. That's what you want to look up. That's just where you use a plumb bob to get level at two places. You look at each other. If the Earth is curved, you'll be looking over each other's heads. If the Earth is flat, you'll be looking dead on, right?
I'll check that out, man, because I haven't heard anyone mention that, and the only thing that I've heard, because obviously I didn't research as good as I should have, and so the only thing I'm familiar with on questioning that is that it just doesn't do that. And then trying to wrap my head around it, I'm like, oh yeah, it doesn't. That doesn't make any sense. So I'll look into that, but still having a hard time with it, man. And I don't know if there's anything. I don't think there's anything you can do about that.
It's hard to picture. If you honestly want to get to where you understand, the best way to do that journey is not to believe it, and don't try to believe it. Just try to entertain the idea of what the other person is saying without necessarily believing it, right? Like, I'm perfectly happy to say, okay, let's entertain the idea the Earth is flat. What do we expect to see on our horizon if the Earth is flat? What do you expect a flat Earth horizon might look like?
Well, looking out into like looking out at the ocean from the shore. I expect it would look exactly how we see it, man. Like,
but why? Is that you just saying, well, my whole experience is that it looks like this, and so I expect it to continue looking like this?
Yeah.
But I don't actually have any reason that means flat or curved. It's just that this is my experience.
Well, no, but water takes the shape of its container, so it must be in some sort of water. I mean, just what do you mean? Like,
who says water can't curve?
No, not that it can't curve, that it takes the shape of its container.
Why? But why?
Because that's how water works. And if it didn't, and it
right?
Hold on.
You gotta give me a why. Why does it take this shape? Is it just a law that we must not violate?
It's a good question, man. I'm gonna fucking get on that too.
I give you an answer.
Send it.
Gravity, my friend.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fucking hilarious. I overlooked that.
Gravity, and the fact that it's a liquid, right? I mean, that's what liquids do. Liquids distribute their mass as close to the source of potential, as close to the gravity as they can get, and that means they flatten on out.
Yeah, I
But
don't
if
know,
you
man.
apply another force, if you apply some other force to this water, it'll curve.
Well, like I said, we have
Right?
different conceptions of what gravity's impact on things is. So,
Well,
so for
you
me,
agree with this.
that's
If I
why it's
spin
hard.
a fish tank, right? If I
Uh-huh.
take a fish tank and I spin it, the surface will not lie flat. It will curve.
I mean, it'll create like waves and shit.
It makes, have you not, haven't seen this either. Beautiful curve with the
Oh,
spinning fish tank.
I mean, yeah, when it's like constantly spinning, but
Yeah.
dog,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. If you just keep it spinning like at a steady speed, it'll settle out to this gorgeous curved shape.
I mean, that's not really what I'm talking about, though, man.
Well, but it is. See, what you're saying
How
is
so?
water must maintain its level. And you go, well, no, not if there's forces acting on the water. If there's a
So,
force acting on the water,
does it turn into a concave? Is the arc concave when the spinning thing you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay, so but the ocean isn't like that.
No,
That's non sequitur to what I'm saying,
no,
really.
it's not. What I'm saying is that the water isn't magically finding level for no reason.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. I'm saying,
responding to the forces that are acting on it.
and I'm saying that it's not, and it's just taking the shape of its container. And yeah, okay, wait, hold on. And yeah, there's a downward blah 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 or whatever. But
There's a downward,
right.
and that downward causes that water to go down. We don't argue about that. If I drop a pen, it falls. If I drop water, it falls.
Yeah, and it would fall off of a sphere too, man. Like that's where you're losing me.
Right, because you think gravity is always down, and I think gravity.
Well, no. I get you.
Like
I get you. It's all relative to the blah blah pointing at. I get that, but that's hoodly daddle to me, man. Like I get what you're saying about that, but I don't know about all that, man.
Can you imagine a world in which that was true?
Oh yeah, easily just by picturing
like Mario Galaxy, right?
Well, no, just by agreeing with what you just by agreeing with what your understanding of how gravity works is, then yeah, I can, but
okay.
But I don't
can
agree.
see yours as well. I can imagine
but I don't agree with that. So it doesn't make sense. So it doesn't make sense that that's how it works. And the only example you can give to me is a spinning aquarium, and that kind of tells me that it's not. It might not be what it seems, man.
No, I think your resistance to listen to the spinning aquarium analogy tells me you know where this is going and you don't want to hear it.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying. I get it, but that's
point is the water is not just finding its level because that's some miracle law that has no explanation. There's an explanation for why the water does that.
There's a force acting on it when it's spinning, though. It's creating that, though.
Right.
So it's not the same.
No, it is the same. Whatever shape it forms.
A ball is in a container.
Shows you, hold on, whatever shape the water forms shows you the forces acting on that water.
Okay.
If the water's all smashed on the side, if the water's all smashed over here, we know there's a force pushing it there.
I get that, man. I do.
So if the water's all smashed down,
it's not.
Then it's because there's a force pushing it down. That's it. It's not a magical statement that water must always find its level. It's because there's always a force pushing that water down. That's what we're really saying.
Yeah, I just don't see how it. I mean, I get what you're saying, the aquarium and all that, man. But that's one that's inside of a container where it doesn't have any option to not just flow out from that.
So what does that have to do with it?
I mean, what does it have to do with it that it's in an aquarium, bro? Like, I still can't get there with you, and it's not
Water does not, don't say, what I'm saying is, let's don't stop at water always finds its level. Let's
okay.
go on and say water always takes the shape of whatever force is acting on it.
Hmm.
Here on the
You're
earth, we know
you're
things fall. We
right.
don't argue it. There is a downward force that causes this pen to fall. Water falls. We don't argue that.
So do you think a plane goes upside down at some point? Like, are people in Australia upside down, bro? Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. I'm genuinely trying to picture
Relative to
this.
us, yes.
They're up. So, bro, I don't know about that,
It's
man.
hard.
That's
It's hard to picture.
that's
I
that,
get it.
dude. I can't get on that one, man. That's fucking it. Like,
But here's the deal.
that's
Here's the deal. You don't have to believe that it's true. I invite you to be skeptical of it. Let's just propose we have two hypotheses. You have a hypothesis that the water is flat and level because the force is always in this direction. I have a hypothesis that it's around a sphere.
my
Two,
hypothesis is
two
that
hypotheses.
the downward force you're talking about doesn't um it doesn't affect water the way you're saying in your model as it does in my model because it's not it's not around a ball. It's in a container like you've seen the Arctic Basin Dave Weiss thing, right? Like that's what I'm thinking that it's some sort of thing that we live in because because for me the water like dog you just said that people are upside down, man. Like I don't I no, I can't with that, right?
Okay,
Like
that's fine. Let's remain skeptical of it,
yeah,
right?
it's
You don't reject it.
it makes more sense to me
You
that
just
they're
remain
just
skeptical.
it makes more sense to me that they're just further away
Okay,
in the
I
Arctic
agree.
Basin,
I agree. That makes
you know?
sense. That makes sense. It doesn't prove that it's true, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, what if we could imagine a way to test these two hypotheses to see which one was true?
I mean,
Would that
it
mean anything to you?
yeah, if you could show me people like upside down, like okay, so you know how you've got quote unquote satellites or satelloons, as I tend to think that they are. If you could
Satellites. Okay, yeah.
yeah, if you well, I mean, you know about the NASA balloon program, right? Like
Sure.
we don't have to
Sure.
go all down that road. But so if that exists, then satellites don't necessarily have to exist as told to us. But that's besides
Wrong.
the point. Okay.
But go
Well,
on.
all right, that's
I can
besides the point.
entertain your idea.
Okay. Well, that's besides anyway, so we're moving on. But anyway, if you could show me a picture of people upside down, like that would help, you know.
No, it wouldn't.
But I mean, it would because
It
I'd
wouldn't
be
make
able to
any
see
difference
that
to
they're
you.
upside down.
It wouldn't make. I know that it wouldn't make any difference to you because I know that you've seen that already.
No, I haven't.
Sure,
Is
you just
that
say it's CGI.
I haven't even seen that claimed though. I haven't even seen uh I haven't even seen that picture though. If shit like that existed,
Of course it does. I mean, of course
okay,
it does. I'm going to
do
show it
you
to you, and then you're going to
show,
say no, but that doesn't count,
all right,
right?
show me
Have
what you're talking about
you
then, because
you
I've
know that the ISS is up there and has a live feed. You know
oh,
that
I
it
don't,
goes around the Earth.
1 second, I don't know that it's up there, but go
Well,
ahead.
you know that it is claimed to be up there,
Sure.
and you know it is claimed to have a live feed, and you know that it is claimed it goes around this ball.
Hmm. Do they have pictures of people upside down or upside down planes?
So they have pictures of planes on every side of the ball.
But are they okay? Show me what you're talking about. Do you have a picture that you can show me? Because I've never seen this, man, and that shit is insane to me. Because that would be pretty much game over, like, if that was real.
No, you're going to say that doesn't count. I don't know why you're going to say it doesn't count, but I know you're going to say it doesn't count. Um,
Well, interestingly enough, you say, things don't count that
sure,
believe in,
sure.
so
That's how we roll. Am I right?
yeah, it's all
Uh,
good.
Right? Let's see here.
Algae.
All right, I'll show you. This is the first thing that I found just at random here. Okay, here is a plane flying sideways on the Earth.
Oh, can you send me the link to that so I could, because it's kind of small on where I'm seeing it
Okay,
from.
yeah, sure. Put it in the main chat there. And let me zoom it. May I zoom it? There's a plane.
Let's take a gander
flying
here.
sideways on the Earth.
All right.
Right? But you don't care. Yeah. This is not the first plane you've ever seen photoed from space, is it?
Yeah, no, it genuinely is.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There's a plane. There's some pretty good pictures of that. Remember that ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal last year?
Oh, dude. Yeah.
They had some pretty good photos of that too.
Suez Canal seems pretty flat.
Yeah, it totally seems flat. Totally seems flat. It's not a plane flying sideways. Photo of Suez Canal.
I mean, okay, that does appear to be a picture of a quote unquote plane, sideways, but it's also, I mean, it wouldn't be. I mean, that could be fakeable too easily. So no, I get.
I mean, of course, right?
I know. But goddamn, man, like that's.
Here's the Suez Canal photo.
I pictured it differently in my head. Can you link that as well in chat?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. It's just a Google search. I haven't even clicked it yet. Let's click it. Right? I mean,
yeah, no, you're right. I didn't think about that. 1 second. Let me look at this. So what is the Suez Canal picture supposed to be? Is this upside down?
Well, this is just the Suez Canal, and there's a ship trapped in the Suez Canal. It was in the news. So there's plenty of photos of it from all kinds of different angles. And here's one from space.
Right.
So you understand that the ISS supposedly goes around the whole thing, right? It's supposedly going around the whole thing. So that's completely upside down to us. Like this is in the Middle East, right? This is between Africa and the Middle East. So it's upside down.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I should have I don't know, man. That you're right.
And it doesn't matter because
you're right.
All I would have to do, honestly, all I would have to do is turn a camera upside down and take a picture of a person and then be like, there you go. And
yeah,
I don't expect you to believe that.
Yeah, fair point. And I don't. You're right.
So the fact that you asked for it isn't really.
Yeah, right? No, you're right. So let me rephrase. I don't think that those pictures could be indicative of anything either way. Then you're right, man.
Right.
Because they could be fake, just like all the other stuff. So you're
right.
You're absolutely right about that. So I apologize for making that a point. I didn't realize I was doing that because I would also just say turn around and say it's fake. Because honestly, I can't. Because and not to say that it's even fake, but I can't get any discernible anything from that. Like it doesn't. That could be faked. So it doesn't have the same weight. You're right. I shouldn't have asked for it because that I did do that. I apologize, or I don't apologize because that's I just didn't realize that I was gonna do that. But you got it.
Yeah, it's not my first rodeo. I know.
All good. Yeah, I don't accept that, but
what it should tell you, I would love for you to step back from that and say to yourself, why did I ask for that then? Because that's stupid. I don't want to see that.
I guess right? I guess I asked for it because I wanted to see what kind of ridiculous pictures like what sort of what something that you would consider evidence of that. Because I consider you a smart, intelligent guy. I don't think you're out to manipulate people. So I'm genuinely interested in what you consider evidence. That's how I should have rephrased it. I apologize for asking for evidence and then going, nah, it's fake. Because you're right, I did do that, but I didn't mean to ask it in that way, because if I Googled that myself and I saw that, I would be like, oh, they probably think this is retarded because that picture doesn't prove anything. But
Right. You just say that's taken
fair,
from a plane. And if it was like the bottom of the earth or something, you just say they turned the camera upside down.
yeah, gotcha. Fair enough. Fair point.
Click.
Gotcha. Well,
What
thank
does
you for
that prove?
following through. Well, thanks for following through on it, even though you knew what I was going to do. So that was nice of you, man. Appreciate that.
Okay.
But for you, that's evidence, though, right? That
Eh,
you're like, yeah, solid.
yeah. I mean, it's evidence. You'd have to dig to get to where you had confidence that it was real. And I understand that you're coming from a place where you don't think that's real.
Right. Yeah. See,
So
my
you'd have to
confidence.
do the digging. You
Yeah,
need to
my
do the digging
confidence
now,
level in that is 0.
right?
I
So
mean, but how could
if I
I?
was you and I wanted to prove that was fake or that these were fake, I would try to find some reason why it was wrong. For example, perhaps there's clouds in one of these photos, and the clouds don't match clouds that were seen from the ground on that day.
Mm,
Right. And if you did that and you showed, hey, look, this is exactly where and when this photo was supposedly taken, and the clouds don't match what real humans on the ground saw,
Let me
then
ask you something.
you'd have solid evidence that it was fake.
Did you do that for that picture or no? Because if
I
not,
have not.
I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna
I have
save
not.
it.
That particular picture doesn't seem to have any clouds, but it does have a great
Yeah.
honking ship in it.
Yeah, that's true.
That was filmed from many different angles. So
Yeah, I mean,
that's a real picture. I think your main argument there would be that that wasn't taken from space.
yeah,
And how I would prove that it was taken from space, you'd look at all of it. You'd have to look at all the photos and try and find one that would be impossible to take from a plane, from whatever
yeah.
you believe is the maximum altitude a plane could be, or a balloon or whatever. And then say, is there any photo outside that boundary? And then maybe you'd have something.
Mm.
But as it is, I think you're just kind of stuck with.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So I prefer to use something else. I prefer to use something we can do ourselves that we don't have to. Let me see. I think I have a better one. There you go. Oh, that's the one I like. Let me show you one more thing. This is what I like to do personally. I haven't shared this yet. You're my first guinea pig. Share my screen. Where is the image now? Oh, there we go. There you go. That's an image that I took my own self. Right? I took that by myself, so I know I didn't fake it. You don't know that I didn't fake it, but what you could do is you could do the same thing that I did.
Well, I trust you.
And you can see that my phone is level. It says so, it says 0 degrees on it. And you can see that the sun, that's the sun setting. You can see the sun is well below eye level. And you can see that the ocean, that's the ocean I'm looking at, is below the sun. And I got no explanation for that other than, that water is curved. Or you know what? Let me back up and soften that. Let me just say,
Can you hold on? Can you
prove it? But it looks like that water is
Yeah.
curved.
Can you send me that? Can you upload it somewhere or something? Because like I can see it, but it's kind of like what's it called?
Yeah, it's going to be pixely.
Yeah, I can't get a good grasp on what you're talking about. Okay.
What I'm saying is, I'm zooming way in here. This horizontal line here is eye level.
Eye level.
I'm at
Okay.
3,000 feet. I'm at 3,000 feet above the ocean there.
Mm-hmm.
That's eye level. That's the sun starting to set. See, it's crossing the water line right now.
Okay. Yeah. And
it's
water
doing it below eye level.
Can you put your mouse over the water line? It seems like it's a little lower than that. Like, see where it gets a little darker just under that?
Okay, maybe.
I feel like that's. Yeah, I feel like that's not exactly the water line, but it's
Maybe
hard
not.
to
Maybe the water
say.
line's down there.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little, yeah,
Yeah,
about
it
right
might be a
there.
little bit before. I took one later when it was actually crossing, but you get the sun does get
Yeah,
distorted down there.
yeah,
But certainly the
yeah,
sun is somewhere above the water, right? We can agree to that.
yeah,
And the sun is below horizontal. So the water is
yeah.
below eye level. And while we're at it, look at these clouds. What's going on there? Isn't that the sun's light bouncing off the bottom of the cloud?
It's kind of hard to say if it's bouncing, from below or whatever, or if it's like coming through the clouds. I
I
guess I
guess I'd
don't
just
know.
say it looks like it.
Sure, okay, fair enough.
And isn't that what we're talking about? Is I'm going to believe my own eyes? I'm going to believe what I see.
It's an interesting picture, man.
You could take this picture. It's not hard.
I mean, I don't live near bodies of water or anything like that.
Okay.
So,
You don't have
but
any
but yeah,
mountains or water near you. You just need mountains.
no, I live in flat farmland, bro. I live in a rural
Okay.
flat farm area.
Yeah.
Couple hills, but
All right. Well, take a trip then some point. Take a trip. Plan yourself a trip somewhere where they got a mountain and some water and, you know, check it out. Watch a sunset. It's gorgeous. Super fun time. It was a super fun trip. So, I mean, maybe it's not, right? Maybe that was an optical illusion. I don't know, right? Could be. But
yeah,
uh,
could
you know what
be.
it looks like is it looks like curved water. So you want to see curved water, that's all it takes. You know, it looks curved.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say to refute that. It did. Your picture looks like how it says, man.
Yeah, and it's not
And then
can't be the first time you ever seen something like that, is it?
from someone that I trust, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you've seen it from people you don't trust.
Well, I've seen it from, uh, yeah. So,
Right. And I think what I'm saying is you might have put your trust in the wrong people.
I mean, it's possible, man, but I still, uh, I don't know, man. It's
It's
possible.
possible, right?
It,
It's
it's po-
possible.
it's po- I mean,
It
I'm
is.
not gonna
I'm
tell
going to
you
say
that
it's
it's not,
possible.
man.
I've been fooled, right? It's
Yeah,
absolutely possible. So my reaction to that is I'm going to test everything I can and find out what the best evidence available is. I'm not going to ever be able to prove it, ever, because there could always be something that I'm wrong about that I just didn't grasp. I've learned that over my years. There's always
yeah,
something I missed,
yeah,
but I can find the best evidence that I can get, right? And I'm going to go with that. What do you think? Is that your
yeah.
way too, or
I mean, I respect that that's the way you do it, man. And I haven't done that, and so I can't really say for myself if I'm gonna be honest about it. I'm just taking other people's words for it and stuff, and a lot of that, may or may have to do with the fact that I don't trust anything from the media, the government, NASA, etc., or anything that comes out of that. And you I mean, you can't repair that, so,
no?
uh, and,
Nope, nope. Can't be
so
repaired.
yeah, so it's, so you're so that puts you in a and you can't that puts you in a weird spot for any flat earther or anyone that wants to that's skeptical of that stuff because, um, everything you're saying might, make sense to you, but there's some things that I don't understand that I would have to just take your word for it. And because it's so in
Right.
alignment with what the mainstream narrative is, I don't know, man.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
what I have to default back to. And I'll be honest about that. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you.
And it's fair. And I don't know everything either, right? And I for most stuff, I have to just rely on whoever I think the best expert is.
Yeah, for sure.
But for this one, I don't. This one, I can do it by myself. And I've got, a couple dozen experiments that I've done, right?
Yeah.
They all turn out the same way. I just showed you one. I don't usually even share them because I want people to do them themselves. Because if I share them,
some people don't have the ability to do that, because I mean that's a cool picture, so
well,
it's all good.
you don't have the ability to take a trip to California?
No.
Okay. It's not
right now.
realm of possibility to just.
Not right now. No.
Okay. Yeah, not everybody can. You got, demands on your life that you can't do that. I get it. Yeah, that's the case. What could you do? You could look at some other stuff. I don't know. You could try to do your best, like unbiased survey of that kind of data. Can you find someone who can refute this, for example? Like that's the first thing you ought to do is you say, hey, I saw a glober, show me this photo, the sun was setting beneath.
Yeah, can you send me that picture? Because I want to do that, man. Because I don't, because like I said, me going there is not gonna happen. And
I'll put it on like a Google link or something, and then try to remember to put it in the description.
Yeah, do you have or just go to imager.com.
Imager? Yeah, I'll have to create an account and all that stuff, right?
Oh, you should be able to just upload straight from the thing, but yeah, if you can, that would be nice because I'm gonna inquire about that.
Sure. How do you spell it? Imager, isn't it? Like
yeah, IMGUR.
So yeah, you got to sign up, right? Can you just do a thing? Can I just do a thing?
You should be able to, man. Because
let's see, this is sun below zero. Boom.
You should be able to go to new post and then just drag your image in there.
Okay, let me try. And then sunset at Sandstone Peak. Okay. Add the image. Wait, no, I think it already added the image. And then I just need a link to it, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if this is the link. Is that the link? I'll put it over here. Huh, yeah, there you go. Okay.
Cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. And I think you should do some research and see. I'm certain you can find somebody who will say they have photos where that doesn't happen. There's got to be, right? There's always someone who will refute anything.
Yeah.
So at that point, once you find one that refutes it, you say, okay, we're even Steven now. Let's spam it and let's see how many of each there are. I think that's the closest you could get to finding the truth without repeating it yourself.
Sure.
Yeah, really, you got to repeat it yourself.
No, I got you, man. But I'm not trying to sit here and deny it if enough people, say it, like, I'll, take it more seriously. But yeah, like with you, I trust you, man. We've developed a rapport. So, I'm not going to say that that's a fake image or anything like that.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I also, I live near Mount Wilson. So I went up Mount Wilson and I did some similar observations. It wasn't a sunset. It was just, horizon observations and stuff. Horizon was kind of hazy though. So I picked another mountain and I thought that was better.
Damn, look at you picking which mountain you want to go to.
Oh yeah. Well,
just took your pick of them, man.
We have mountains here.
Yeah.
So it's super easy. You just drive up Mount Wilson, right? I'm just like, okay, spend an hour, drive up Mount Wilson, make yourself a water level. That's what I did. I made myself a water level, drove up Mount Wilson, leveled it, and took a look. And I was like, sure enough, yeah, look at that. Damn thing's curved, right? It's like,
yeah.
And at that point, I don't know how you feel, but I'm like, look, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's curved or not, but it looks curved, right?
Yeah.
It looks curved. And the reason I think that's really important is that's really, it seems to be where people like yourself are coming from, is no, it looks flat. And I'm like, well, no, but it doesn't look flat. Not really.
Yeah.
So if you're going to believe what it looks like, it looks curved.
Yeah. All right, let me check my notes real quick and
Yep,
see if
check your notes.
if you have a couple of minutes, a couple more
Yeah,
minutes.
sure.
Let's
Sure.
see.
We should wrap it up. It's been
Yeah.
long. It's late. It's super
Yeah.
late.
Yeah.
We had some really good stuff today, though. Really good stuff.
Man. Yeah. Thanks for going through all this with me, man. I really do appreciate it, dude.
I really appreciate you coming on and having such a great attitude. I really do wish that others had a similar attitude. I mean, like Rachel's in there. I've invited Rachel to come on anytime.
Yeah.
Let's have that same discussion. Let's talk about, you missed it earlier, Rachel. We talked about what was the relevance of Einstein versus Newton, which seems to be your big thing now. And what we came to is that it's not relevant. So I'd really like to have you come on and say, this is why this is relevant to this conversation. Because we don't think it is.
Let me see. So I think we pretty much covered everything, man. We went through a lot of shit. I don't really have anything.
So we started with your answers to the 10 questions, and I think we came up with, we basically agree. There's some stuff you weren't sure about, but it seems like if we look up the number, you were cool with the number. So we basically agree on what the atmosphere, what's going on in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
We're on the same page there.
Yeah.
And then we delved into whether there must be a container or not. And we came to, you feel that there must be a container, but you didn't really have a reason. And you're going to come back to me later with where the reason comes from.
Will do.
Seems like, tell me if I'm wrong here. Seems like somebody told you that and you trust them.
Well, yeah, that's true. Fair enough to sum it down at the, okay. I agree.
Okay. And then we talked about Einstein and Newton, and we agreed that it didn't really matter, because they both say stuff falls, and they both say stuff falls at the same speed. So, right, that's what you disagree with. They both say that the gravity goes around a sphere, and that's what you're having trouble with. So it's not Newton versus Einstein that you have trouble with. It's that sphere.
Well, it seems like there's two different kinds of gravity, and they're subjective to whichever thing you're trying to make the point about. So it gets very confusing, so.
It does get super confusing. We talked about the second sun.
Yeah. Rest in fucking pieces, man.
And we talked about the finger test. And if Bob wants to shut us down, he needs to do the finger test.
Yeah, that would be
hard.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And then let's see, what else was there? Yeah, I guess the only stuff I had left was like some moon landing stuff, but I'm not going to waste your time with that shit. I know you believe in it, so it's all good.
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Yeah.
But I looked at it. I did. All available. Again, I'm going to go with whatever the available evidence says. And the available evidence says you can find some hokey, wacky stuff that doesn't seem to fit in this puzzle. But the stuff we have that fits in the puzzle says we landed on the moon, right? And so to somebody who has a puzzle with some missing pieces and it looks like a horse, and they say, no, that's a Bigfoot. I don't get where you're coming from on that. You got to
Yeah,
include
dude,
the pieces we have too. You can't just go off of the
dude,
anomalies.
from the bottom of my heart, man, I have no idea how you watched the moon landing. You were like, "Yeah, this checks out, man."
It
That's so
absolutely
bizarre,
checks out. Yeah.
so bizarre to me, man.
Well, I think that's
Because
the biggest thing that we learned really tonight is
yeah,
that two people can experience the same thing
yeah,
and come
dude,
away
I
with
find
different
that
feels.
I find that so fascinating, man. That's a journey I've been on a lot with too.
Yeah.
And that's crazy fascinating. But yeah, anyway, we could wrap up, man. I'll post some links and stuff of the stuff I was talking about, and that guy wanted me to post some book links. So if that's okay with you, they are going to be about like Freemason stuff and some
Okay.
other and some other stuff. But he asked for them, so
Yeah,
uh
I should tell you, I go to the Masonic temple every week.
yeah, dude,
I'm
don't
not a
joke about that,
Mason,
bro. Bro,
but
there's some
they're not a secret
there's
society. You know that, right? They
have you
put
ever read
signs up
Morals and
front.
Dogma?
They put signs up front. You know that, right?
Have you read Morals and Dogma
No,
by
no, I
Albert
haven't.
Pike? You should check it out, bro. It's nuts.
Okay.
It's intense.
I
So
just I just think it's kind of cute when people imagine that the Masons are a secret society. They're not secret at all. It's just they're right there. They're
no,
next to Starbucks.
no,
You know,
no,
it's like
you're right. You're right. They write books about what they do and brag about it. So you're right.
"Huh,
It's not a quote unquote secret, but it also kind of is. And people
okay,
that don't see it that way, so
okay,
it's, it's all you, brother. All right, man.
all
Thanks for
right,
having me on. Thanks for having me on.
all
I
right."
appreciate it. You have a
Thanks
good
for
night.
being here. Thanks to the crowd for being good and mostly being I think friendly. Right? I didn't see a whole lot of
Oh
the
yeah, yeah. I didn't read too much of it, but there was some stuff where I couldn't help but get sidetracked and read it. But yeah, everyone seemed super nice, so it was, all good. Hope it was productive and helped someone.
All right.
All right,
Good
thanks, man.
night.
See ya.